Welcome to the Unfinished Business stream, where we are going to go over some levels we have seen on the stream before, mainly as submissions on viewer levels that were either too long or too difficult to finish in one go. So, naturally, I don't expect to be getting through very many of these, but we'll see how many we do. So we'll go back into Boomerang Bonanza, which was a 5-part collaboration by Call Me Peng, Funked, Glitch, 9700, Birddog 6, and Grakowski, previously submitted to the stream by Glitch, and we managed to get through one segment and most of one of the puzzles previously. We were maybe one adjustment away from completing that, so let's do it again. Let's see if we can actually get through it with time to spare for something else. And welcome, Mang. Hope you've been doing well. Okay, so this, just the Boomerang platforming segment. It's been a while since I played this. I think I played this probably 2 or 3 weeks ago. So we want to jump on the Koopa on the left, get on Skip Squeak, get on the Koopa, and nope, needed to fire that a little bit sooner. And at this point, that's not going to be completable because we need to hit that on-off switch. So yeah, the structure of this level, as we had seen previously, consists, first of all, of this platforming segment that is followed by a non-linear, multi-checkpoint, multi-puzzle set of rooms. And I believe there is rumored to be a boss finale afterwards, or at least I assume so, because that's the kind of thing that Glitch would likely have contributed. And also just given what I remember of the checkpoint structure. Okay, that's good. We want to drop down, we want to hit this immediately. Hit this. Okay, all that's fine. Drop the icicle and probably just wall jump directly. Okay, that's fine. Got through that quickly. Now, we do need to take damage here, I think, in order to reset ourselves for the power-up before we get into the puzzles. Nice way of enforcing that, just with this one-tile gap up on top. So we'll revisit the part that we had mostly done previously, which is the car puzzle. The car puzzle, we were basically one adjustment away from finishing. The goal here is to take the red Koopa, get him out of the shell, or get him to wake up out of the shell, and enter the car in the bottom right, which will then drive over to the P-switch. And I'll have to figure this out from scratch again. There are some invisible blocks here, I remember, that make it difficult to deal with the Koopa. We do not want to kill the Koopa. There is, however, a reset door that I can't really take. Let's just take the death here. That's why there's a low clear rate on this. There is this inherent SD lock requirement to this puzzle. Yeah, 0.15% clear rate on this. Definitely the lowest of anything submitted by Grakowski. But you could see that just because of the platforming and puzzle segments appealing to different parts of the player base, it's very easy to just not quite have the skill set to do both, especially in a long level like this. Okay, so Boomerang hits the red Koopa without popping him out of the shell. We can always let him re-enter the shell, of course, if we do accidentally pop him. Now, I need to rethink how I did this, because the idea is that I want to get both the Koopa shell. I want to have the Koopa shell in hand when I enter the door on the left, and I want the crate to be on top of a one-tile pokey head to give me access to the door. So, Koopa needs to go up with me. Crate also needs to go up with me and be carried. The issue we were running into previously was how to reobtain the Koopa cleanly after the fact. That was a little bit tricky. And we'll just have to do it somehow. Remember that we had just done some kind of placement like this. Tried to get over before we accidentally bumped a Koopa or get bumped by it. As you can see, that's going to be an issue. And yeah, because I wanted to knock this Poke down to one tile is going to allow it to go over here. And then we dropped a crate on top. We re-grabbed a Koopa shell somehow. And then take it through with us. So re-grabbing the Koopa shell was the big problem, because I had done it once successfully, but I didn't know how to set it up reliably, and I feel like there is something else we have to do to deliberately get that to work on a more consistent basis. So, let's go back over here, grab the shell as before, dump the shell so we have a little bit more time to work with it. Let's try not to hit too many things randomly with the boomerang as I repress the dash button. And yeah, so the idea is that I need the Koopa shell to be available for me here. And that's probably something to do with cycling the boomerang around the central platform has something to do with it, because we know that can be done when you fire the boomerangs through the clouds. That, for example, if you do this, whoops, no, if you don't do that, we'll just need to figure out the boomerang mechanics somehow, because the icicles, of course, are controlling a position where I'm not allowed to travel. And, of course, whenever I fire the boomerang, I can't fire it in the bottom tile. It always fires from Mario's top tile. However, no, that's not going to work either, then. If you... I'll just take a death here to show this off for a moment. Whoops, let's get out. If you fire a boomerang like this, it does have a return path that goes like that. And I wonder if that's the idea, that you need to double hit the shell somehow in order to raise it all the way up. What I hadn't considered was that you couldn't actually double hit the shell, because previously single hit was the issue I was working with, but if you're able to double hit a shell, then maybe you can pop it up 2 tiles and re-grab it before you enter the pipe. So that's an insight that's worth looking into. We'll of course have to just blow this attempt quickly, because once you are through the clouds in that layer, you are through. Okay, so the early order is fairly understandable. You grab the Koopa shell. You make sure the Koopa remains in the shell at all times. Whoops. That nearly ended in disaster. And yeah, probably I need to place the Koopa shell with enough time to make it up safely. Okay, so now we do this with a Poke. And, whoops. Okay, as you can see, the double hit doesn't raise the shell by enough. And that kills the Poke. I don't want to do that either. There was a particular method that I had discovered last time to consistently get the Poke to go where I wanted. Maybe if you whip the shell a second time this way. Or maybe I need to jump to raise the boomerang as it comes out? No. That's not going to be it either. That's also not going to be it, because that's going to be a kill. You can't have that. The Koopa does need to remain in a shell. So yeah, currently the main problem is reobtaining the shell. I was, on some previous attempt, able to grab it on the left side, but I think maybe I just need to be quick in order to do that. And I don't think I can be quick enough. I think that the inherent issue with that is that the Poke is going to take me some time to take down. And unless I take down the Poke before I ever even come up here, the shell is going to wake up before I have a chance at it. So one potential solution we can look at is whether or not we can actually hit the Poke with a boomerang earlier somehow and take it down, but a lot of these positions here are designed to prevent that from happening, and designed to prevent you from firing in this row. So I don't know if that's going to happen, but we'll have to take the death and rethink it. So yeah, either I figure out how to redo the shell positioning in terms of making sure I have a shell available here so I can regrab it. Or I will have to take down the Pokey from below. Wonder if that is going to work somehow, but what do we block the pipe? And that deflection is never really going to get me anything new. Blocking the pipe just blocks the pipe. That doesn't do anything except obstruct my progress. So we'll need to rethink that one as well. Okay, so let's redo this. Take this up. Yeah, the thing is, I don't know if this is more of a puzzle interaction or if it really does require a lot of finesse. I wonder if one thing that could potentially happen is that you just send the shell through and use the shell to knock down the Pokey. Row by row, except that might be troublesome in terms of being able to get the last Pokey head to survive and for the shell to not enter the pipe after it, which is going to be an issue because that's going to go in and kill everything. So yeah, we may just need to redo this a few times until I see if there's any other way to do it. What I can do is I can maybe obstruct the wake up on the Koopa. But hard to see how that's going to work right now. So for example, I drop the crate beside it. Nope, that's what happens. Oh, that's interesting. Oh no, because that just detects kicking the shell. One thing I should figure out is if the shell is stopped, what the interaction is if I do drop the crate on top of it. That's one thing that I don't understand systematically yet, and if there's an interesting interaction that happens, maybe that has potential. So we'll go down, and we'll try something like that. Obviously, shell's going to wake up here. Let's whip this. So for example, yeah, the crate is going to bounce off the shell. But you can do a slight push. So the question is, do I actually want to push the Koopa on top of the other Pokey? Nope, don't want to do that. Because if I push the Koopa to the lower level, maybe that's going to be at least partly the answer, so it's not trapped on top of the cloud. Okay. Let's head back down. Let's not hit the shell just yet. But yeah, if I can actually drop the crate in such a way that will nudge the shell over, is it going to consistently kill the Pokey, or isn't it? Ah, no, it gets crushed. That's what happens. Okay. Okay. That explains the previous interaction then. I didn't know how it was getting killed, but let's make sure I know how to do the one-tile Pokey thing. 2 hits like that. That's very clean. That's ideally how we'll do it. So yeah, just to show off what we're aiming for once again. Ideally, we get down here with the crate, we get on top, and then I reclaim the shell from this side. And I feel like if I just hold the boomerang into it, perhaps, as I nudge right up to the Koopa, maybe I can grab the shell before it goes up. And maybe that's the only adjustment we need to make, but before we find out about that, we need to take to death here and just reset. Because there was a way that I had done that previously. I had done it once successfully, and for some reason I didn't manage to finish the attempt. Probably because I accidentally killed the Koopa once I dropped it on the right side. Because I have gotten the Koopa over to the spike block above the car at least once, as I recall, but for some reason that attempt did not end up well. Whoops. Yeah, I wonder if there's something else I can do to move the Koopa using the crates. Just move it into a totally different position, perhaps. Or find some way to block it from going right when I do whip it. Nope, bad idea, bad timing. And hey, Arvamp, welcome. Hope the building has been going well. Okay, let's see if we can execute this. So yeah, when I last played this, I guessed that this was the part of the collaboration by Funked. And I believe I was correct. So I'm just thinking about whether there's anything we know from previous Funked puzzles I've played that can be a bit informative here. Maybe that's the case, maybe it isn't. Koopa's gonna wake up, that's gonna be trouble. We can, however, knock it over like that. That might be helpful. Okay, once again, yeah, we're going to try to pick up the Koopa from below. The other thing I can do is fire the boomerang perhaps to the right. No, I can't because it's going to be blocked by that piece over there. I cannot fire the boomerang to the left right now because the shell is going to come up towards me and land too low. What I can do is come down here immediately and just try to hit the Koopa with the boomerang when I'm standing right beside it to get the immediate shell pickup. Nope. So you can see, not the correct position. Now, can the Koopa return to that shell? No, it's going to get killed. So this is the problem we need to fix. How do we re-grab the shell? How do we re-grab the shell? Is there a way to raise the boomerang? There's no way to fire the boomerang on this row. There's no way to hit the shell a second time once you're here. Icicles are not going to drop. Oh, that's interesting. Notice how we can actually lead the boomerang on the second round all the way over here. That's very promising. That's very promising. I like that. I like that a lot, actually. Why are we even dropping the Koopa here in the first place? We can just place the shell over here and just repeatedly hit it with the boomerang until it's ready. There's no reason I need to do that. I can just drop the shell here and pop it every time it tries to wake up. As long as we don't accidentally hit the Pokey, which is the main risk with doing that. Yeah, no, there's absolutely no reason I need to do that. I have been overthinking that particular segment all this time. Zankoth, welcome. And Arvamp, do tell me which game you've been speedrunning, what you've been working on lately. Hope that has also been going quickly then. Okay, so... no, the reason that I can't take the Koopa shell up with me is because I need to take the crate up with me as well. Okay, no, that would have been obvious if it were possible. But I had established already that wasn't possible because of the way the Koopa works. However, I am thinking now about ways in which I could potentially pick up the shell a second time. No, yeah, because for that method to work, the shell would need to go up with me to the top layer, and the crate already needs to go up with me to the top layer. So that's not necessarily going to work unless I create some way to pick up the crate, or perhaps whip the shell from the right side going in. Let's let the Koopa reclaim the shell first of all. What if I drop the shell here and then push it? It is just going to go down though, I think, if I try to do that. So the idea is that I do this. I drop the shell in this position. Whoops, nope. That's not what I want to do. That, in fact, destroys the crate. However, let's practice this for just one moment. Nope, that's not going to hit. And if the Koopa wakes up, it dies to crushing, I believe. Yeah, because it is 2 tiles tall. Or requires that space, rather, in order to survive. Alright, so we need to rethink this somehow, because placing the Koopa here isn't doing what I would like it to. Maybe continuing to whip it from the left side and sending it down to the Poke immediately will get some results, but I think that's just going to make it difficult to pick up afterwards once the Pokies drop. We can try it, though. Might as well try it. We need to experiment with the Koopa Shell quite a bit before we actually go for the clear, just to understand what the different interactions are going to be. No, not quite. And then it's going to get crushed from here. And then that's going to be unobtainable from there. However, nope, from this position I can't hit anything in the pipe. And the Koopa Shell cannot be picked up, I don't think, once it winds up above the cloud. Do I need to... Oh, I also totally forgot that I do need to hit the boomerang. Sorry, I do need to fire the boomerang at the on-off switch before it goes through the door. The on-off switch is here to guarantee that I must survive with the boomerang after I get Koopa in the car. Otherwise, I have no second way to hit it, unless, of course, there's some way to, like, get crate on top of here and long jump towards it or something, but I don't think that'll work. I think it's placed specifically to prevent that, in fact. So is there a way to dislodge the Koopa up top? Maybe the idea is that I need to reclaim the crate somehow and take the Koopa up with me. I don't see how that can be the case, though. Because the crate definitely needs to go down over the Pokies. So yeah, I need to think about what possible adjustment this could require. I wonder if there's somewhere else I can place the shell to make it possible to take with me. What are the arrow indicators for? This arrow I actually don't know. This one here. I have no idea. This arrow over here is pointing towards where the Koopa is, but it's also telling me that there's a block here that I shouldn't be messing with. That's a good point about this arrow. Maybe if I'm standing on top somehow... No, let's let the Koopa get back in. The Koopa does need to be in the shell. Nugukaza, welcome. Like, that's going to enter, but the boomerang is still not going to be able to return on that side. Maybe the idea is that I need to do a boomerang deflection this way. No. Yeah, so I can hit the Koopa Shell on this side, but it's just going to get stuck underneath, I think. Yeah, no, and it's also going to kill the Pokey. That's not going to beat away. However, that's okay. You don't actually need that Pokey, I think. I think I might not actually need the Pokey there. Because if I drop the shell onto the right side where the P-switch is, then it's not obtainable either. Yeah, okay, that's still going to be a problem, I think. But let's map this out. And just see what happens when the Pokey goes down over the Koopa. What the collision logic is. That's the collision logic, okay. What about the crate? That's promising. Except I don't want to accidentally hit the Koopa now. Oh, no, that's a problem. Yeah, no, because the Koopa, if it has awoken already, that's still going to be an issue, because I have no way to actually hit it safely with the boomerang from this position. Yeah, we know that boomerang on the right side here is going to dislodge it up. So the question is, if it lands on top of the bottom cloud on this column here, is there a way to bump it up an additional spot? In order to do that, I would need to fire a boomerang through this position with the icicle. You can imagine that maybe you can drag a boomerang through the right side somehow, but... yeah, because look at this. That boomerang is going to go straight like that. There's something to the boomerang logic in terms of where it swings positionally that I need to take advantage of here, and which I don't necessarily know. Like, we haven't established some of these boomerang through pipe mechanics. Because I was hoping that maybe you could get like a double hit where the reverse hit hits the Koopa and knocks it over. Or maybe when it bounces like that, it is possible to do some kind of pickup here, but it doesn't seem so. Maybe the idea is that I need to block some spot in order to have the Koopa bounce properly. Merlin, welcome. Yeah, we need to do this again, because like I've done it accidentally once, and I don't know if that is the intended approach when I can't actually recreate it. But anyway, that's a good point to Zankoth earlier about the arrows, because the arrow on the left, I actually have no idea what that's about. That's a boomerang firing location or something else. Possibly, if you have the Koopa on top of a crate at some point, you can actually whip it across somehow. Like if you put the Koopa on top of a crate and then you whip the shell, and then you'd be able to raise it an additional tile. You just noticed the audio is kind of cutting out sometimes. Yeah, I will fix that very quickly. Thank you for letting me know that, Merlin. I didn't know that was a problem today, so we'll just fix that. Be right back. Yeah, I thought I'd address that. We were totally clear of that last stream, but we'll attempt to fix it again now. And hopefully the reset here isn't going to completely break the stream. We'll get a nice clean audio feed. Okay, it should be better now. Do let me know if it's working. Okay, we managed to obtain a shell. So we've established this. We need to move the shell up somehow. Maybe if I block this left location with the crate, then I can use the boomerang to whip the shell repeatedly. I'm going to try that approach, actually. I like this idea that I've just come up with. That we block that icicle location with the crate. The shell goes up 2 spots when I hit it with the boomerang. And then I'm able to pick up the crate on my way up when I jump. I think that's the way. It's going to get a little bit claustrophobic up top once we get everything there, but I'll show you what I mean in just a moment. Nope, let's let the Koopa get back in. So the idea is that I put the crate... Wow, I just decided to die. Okay, never mind. The idea is I put the crate here. We can still do the shell whip to show you how I'm doing this. I guess it's not going to work quite the same way here. Whoops. Can I just double tap it like that? And then, it's not going to go high enough, unfortunately. Because it gets dislodged like that. But if the Koopa wakes up in that location, maybe there's some potential. Maybe that's not going to work then. Well, good idea momentarily. But yeah, if we can use a wall to block the Koopa shell like that, we can send it directly upwards. Anyway, down we go. Or we can just try to do it the wrong way again. I mean, the icicle position seems pretty specific here. And yeah, if we whip the Koopa directly, it's just going to go over. Actually, now we might have some issues here. Nope, shell is going to be obtainable this way. Maybe we just need to be really quick. Nope, not quick enough. Oh, we got it. No, except we didn't get the pokey in this spot, so I threw the crate through quickly. Without the pokey in that spot, the crate doesn't get me high enough. Okay, so the fact that it takes the pokey so long to get down there is what really kind of blows that strategy, although the placement of the shell was much better that time. Like, much better. So maybe it is doable that way. Let's just retry it until we figure out what the boomerang positioning is going to be. So it's possible that I had the right idea all along and just poor execution. We were giving up on that a little too soon. Oh, no, let's let the Koopa do its job. Get back in. It's going to wake up. It's going to be a problem. Yeah, we'll whip it once on this side. We'll let the pokey through. And then now we have the same problem we did earlier. Where if the pokey and the crate got through faster, I would have been able to pick up the shell in that location. But now I have the same problem. I wonder if the facing location of the Koopa matters. I think, though, that the shell is always going to whip towards the right. Yeah, that's always going to be a problem. And I just don't know how to fix that. So as you can see, we needed to hit the on-off switch, and we needed to take the shell through the door in order to drop it on top of the spike block. And then I bounce into Koopa and I come back up. And I had died once to just bouncing poorly because I bounced the Koopa in the wrong direction. Because you do need to ensure that you bounce the Koopa to the left when you fall in it, and then do a high bounce back up so you don't die to the spike. But just picking up the Koopa shell is just a whole problem here right now. Just like everything else about this room is basically solved. Absolutely everything else has been done. It's just that this specific interaction has been a problem for a long time, and I do get the feeling that the approach I have so far, even though it worked for me once accidentally, is not really going to be the intended design just because of how finicky it is. So maybe I do need some way to just move the Koopa shell to the top level. It's not going to happen here. It might be something that I can do with a double tap on a Koopa shell to bump it up to this spot, maybe. But that's still going to run into some issues. Also notice with Pokey that one alternate method is I can stand on this cloud. Oh no, I can't. Never mind. Yeah. And you can't have that much spacing because you do hit the head afterwards. Like I've been saying, part of the issue is that I don't have a very good systematic understanding of the boomerang's path of travel. Because it seems like we probably need to do some kind of really weird positional manipulation with the boomerang in order to get anything done here. Maybe I do need to fire the shell somewhere quickly. Yeah. Let's see. Cloud over here. I do wonder about this cloud over here. I don't know what it's doing. I guess it's just a safe place to put the Koopa if you need to, but it does look very suspicious. Like if we can somehow get the shell on top of any of that stuff, that would be ideal. Or if I find some other way to transport the crate, which is currently also a bit of an issue. Like maybe if there's some way to bounce the crate up. And bounce the shell, but only if I have it against a wall, perhaps. No, let's let the Koopa re-enter. Maybe on top of here. What if I send this guy through here? No, it's just going to walk in that location. Oh, that's interesting. It's probably going to wake up and get crushed under the slope or pushed. Can a shell go through the icicles? It can, but then it would deflect. Yeah, the shell can be fired through the icicles, but it would deflect off this spot here and go down to the lower level. So there's no real point in doing it. When the Koopa is 2 tiles high, it doesn't go through. So I'll just show you. Deflects like this. Oh, hey, it goes back this way. That's something I hadn't considered. But then, you know, that actually has some potential because I know how to send a boomerang all the way over to the right side afterwards. And I'll show you how that's done. Let me get rid of the Pokey first. Obviously, the Koopa's dead at this point, so this will be a dead attempt, but the idea is that you stand over here, and the deflection on the icicle should go through the second pipe. Or at least we managed to get it to happen earlier. Do you need a different... There we go. Location like this. Wow, big raid here from Roiru. Let's give a big shout out to Roiru, who is still doing exceptionally well with that super expert streak last time I checked, over 9,000. I don't know if that's what was going on over there today, but I hope the levels have been going well regardless. So, for everybody who has just come here with the raid, like Supernova and Simez and Riston and everybody else, and Luca, Red Dungeon, and anybody else that I haven't said hi to, we're revisiting a level that was previously submitted to me during viewer levels. This is a 5-maker collaboration That was on Grakowski's profile. We had passed a platforming segment. We have done everything in this puzzle apart from one step, which is how to pick up the Koopa shell once I am in this location. And so, we'll probably just send... We'll do a quick replay of this so people know what my progress through this is like so far. And yeah, Rauru, I will certainly take care of the lurkers. Do take care of feeding yourself. So yeah, welcome once again. So for everybody who just came in, this is what we know so far. The objective here is to get the Koopa into the car in the bottom right so the car can drive over the P-switch. And then I get up there with the P-switch active and the switch in the on state. Because of an invisible block here, you do need to use the crate in order to pick up the Koopa. And the Koopa needs to remain intact inside the shell, which is why we're hitting with the boomerang, because you want to unload the Koopa on the right side once you go through the door so it drops into the car. The problem I'm running into is this. Well, let's whip this again just to reset its position. Maybe whip it again just for the sake of timing. Whoops, nope, just for the sake of timing. Yeah. Issue we're running into is this. I know how to do everything up to this point. Pokey head goes through, but by that point, whoops. I'll just show you without the boomerang, even though I do need a boomerang to hit the on-off switch. So the Pokey goes through. And at that point, I can get through the door by going on top of the crate. The question is, how do I get the shell back? If I hit it with a boomerang on this side, it goes to the right and it becomes unobtainable because it winds up between those two clouds that are on top of each other. There was one time when I managed to get the shell on the left side with an instant pickup, but I have not been able to trigger that with any consistency. And so I don't think that's really likely to be a solution. And Q-ite, or kite, I guess. You're thinking I can cheese it. Yeah, I had cheesed it once accidentally, but I don't think I can replicate that behavior. I haven't been able to. I've just been trying that again a few times because I haven't seen the alternative, but we'll see how it works. Let's see if I can just show you that successfully just to see. It is possible to up-throw the shell with the boomerang. Interesting. That might actually not even be the cheese. That might just be the mechanic, knowing this maker here. So this room is by Funkt, who is a puzzle designer that I've played many times on stream. And stuff like the up-throw you're talking about might be part of what's required here. Possible to up-throw the shell with the boomerang. Like, I would need to whip it instantly, right? And, well, we'll need to retry that. Because that might be the mechanical thing that I'm missing here. One moment, please. I will be right back. Alright, let's resume. Okay, like Kite was saying just now, it is a drop of the shell and immediately a shoot. Okay. Yeah, that's probably the thing that we... Whoops, actually have to try it. Let's reset this one down very quickly. For anybody who wants to try this, by the way, I will share the level code quickly in chat. It is a multi-part level. It's a platforming segment up front, followed by a set of 3 puzzles. That's what we've seen so far. Okay, yeah, we'll see if we can do this. Throw and immediately shoot. It could be that that's what this right arrow is all about. Possible to up-throw the shell with a boomerang. Let's figure that out mechanically. It may or may not actually be a cheese. It may very well be part of the intended solution. Let's reset. And thank you for the follow. Okay. Whoops. Drop. Oh, now that's interesting. That double whip over there, that's very cool, actually. So you can kind of toss it like that. I wonder then, if we have the crate going, whether we can stack the crate over here and try things that way. We would do it under the icicles. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Perfect. Perfect, actually. I think we know how to hit that position, too. Maybe. Might be a bit of an issue. But that's definitely progress. Actually, I feel like it might have been possible for me to whip it further. Maybe as I'm going up. But then I would need to figure out how to get the crate up. I can't just shoot on my way up, I think, because the crate runs into issues, but you can do this. Don't think it'll reach, though, but we'll try it. Yeah, we'll see if we can hit that. Let's let the Pokey through first. Let's get the crate through. And let's get to this position here. Now, the boomerang does stay along the same row. And I can't fire from this location here. However, what I can do is I can launch a boomerang from when I'm inside. Nope, that's not going to work either. Yeah, because it's still going to return to my initial position before entering the pipe. So, I probably needed to hit the shell up above the icicles and trap it above the icicles before I come up. Either that or I find a different location to do this in, but that's a pretty significant breakthrough. Boomerangs can only go down. That's a very good observation, yeah. Yeah, I guess they can't just magically achieve lift by themselves. That's a good point. And so if you're above them, they just maintain their position vertically. Let's drop this here. So I managed to get it on top of the cloud. I wonder if I can do any better than that. There's this location here. If I stand on top of this... not much room there, though. Whoops. However, you might be able to do a double hit if you place the shell on top of the crate. And welcome, Lantis. Maybe this is what the right arrow is for. Curious. So, you don't even need to cheese it. This is one way to do it. And that's something that actually explains the left arrow all of a sudden. The question is, we still have a problem getting the shell any further from here. Because I don't know how to hit this location. Yeah, because we tried firing from the left side, standing on top of the bottom cloud. That doesn't work. There aren't really very many options otherwise for going down, I think. It might be something else to do with the crate. But let's just get on top of here first, just to see. Whoops. Just to see if we can do things any differently. Yeah, this displacement isn't going to do anything for me right now. That's sort of interesting, though, that we managed to find an easy way to get the shell up into the same position. I really feel like getting the shell up on top of the icicles is going to be the key to this now. That would explain the icicle placement, as well as the openness of this slot up here. So that's a fairly major development. Let's try to move the crate through. I might still need the crate for something when it comes to deflections, but... Maybe it's throw the boomerang in the P-block through both clear pipes. Yeah, I know what you're describing, Luca, and I don't see how it's going to go to the middle slot, right? Oh my goodness, that's amazing. Absolutely amazing. Yeah, no, because I knew how to send the boomerang through both clear pipes. I just hadn't considered that positionally. That was the adjustment I needed to make. Okay, we need to not forget the on-off switch. That would be a bad way to lose at this stage. Let's not die to this either. Whoops. Okay, significant progress. We dropped this. We let the Koopa wake up, assuming it hasn't already died. I don't know if I accidentally killed it all. No, I didn't. Now we need to project the shell to the left. And then I need to jump up on top of it safely. Nope, nope. Timing is all wrong here. Nope. It is time sensitive. Wrong way. Well, that was close. At least we know how to recreate that easily. Yeah, at least we do know how to fix that. That's rather important. Okay. Funked, it's going fine. I realized, or rather I guessed, I think correctly that this was your segment. It took me a long time to realize how to position the Koopa. We just cracked that after looking at that for probably about half an hour or more. But yeah, we were actually in the midst of discovering two ways to do it in terms of getting the Koopa on top of the cloud initially. The left arrow, of course, seems to indicate to me that we can drop the Koopa on top of this location and double hit with the boomerang. But there was also a slightly cheesier way to do it. Hang on. I mean, okay, let's do it the other way then. If I can manage it. Managed to get that to work earlier. Oh no, I wanted to fire it to the left side. Okay, let's try that. Nope, maybe not. Okay, we got it just now. Let's just see if we can get it to work consistently. Do I want it in the Koopa form or the shell form? That's an important question here. Nope, we don't want to break the crate, obviously. Yeah, definitely understanding the boomerang pathing has been one of the major challenges with this one here. But it seemed like we got this method to work earlier. And work quite cleanly, too, so... We'll see if lightning can strike twice, like a boomerang. Yeah, I guess it was just my positioning that was a little bit off. Okay, we've got this. We've got this. Need to remember to hit the on-off switch, and we also need to remember... well, what to do with the timing on the other side in order to project the Koopa correctly, so... There we are. Perfect delivery. Perfect. Not so perfect. I forgot the on-off switch. Okay. Let's redo it. I had just said to myself, let's not forget the on-off switch, and that was foreshadowing. And thank you for dropping by, Merlin. Good to see you around once again. And welcome, Electrodude. So yeah, Luca very well spotted on that boomerang pattern. That worked out beautifully. Okay, let's get back in here. Oh, oops. Let's redo it. And yeah, Electrodude, I certainly thought that you would get a lot out of the direct. First of all, not having played Deltarune, you had told me that a couple of tracks there were bangers, and I think the trailer made that exceptionally clear. And of course, just the volume of Splatoon content there as well. You must have been quite pleased to see that. But yeah, it's going to be a very busy 2022 between everything we saw there and everything that was announced in June. It's going to be quite difficult to make time for everything. And I love how clean the delivery of the shell is right into your hands as well once you actually do figure out the intended boomerang pathway. We just hadn't put those elements together. I had figured out how to get the boomerang through both pipes. Whoops. Choke. What we hadn't done was just get that shell deflection to go using the icicle location to give it that final push. And yeah, Electrodude, I did not know that it would be this excited to see a 3D Kirby. I mean, I usually would believe, like, there's a certain sort of N64 generation of Nintendo players that's very keen on having a series like Kirby, Donkey Kong, etc. all go back to being 3D, and traditionally I've never really been too on board with that because I think the series do very, very well in 2D. I don't feel like that's oversaturated at all, but then seeing what they've been doing with Kirby in 3D, with the new trailer they showed off today, I feel like that has tons of potential. Because it's kind of true that the 3D platforming space honestly doesn't have a lot going on these days. Of course, I've just personally always kind of preferred 2D games and was not really on board with a lot of the 3D transitions during the N64 era myself, but I mean, sometimes you just need more games in that space to show off what the genre can do. Electrodude, it's not their first attempt at a full 3D game, I don't think, because Kirby on 64, I believe, was in 3D. As I was just saying. So, both Kirby and Donkey Kong went 3D during the N64 era, and never went back. And I never particularly asked for them to go back, because I thought we were getting excellent 2D games from those series anyway. Nope, I forgot the on-off switch. I was actually just about to go back up through the pipe and I just missed it. Hang on. And next GM, welcome. You made your first baby Kaizo level. Yeah, hopefully you will be able to come back for that. Okay, let's not forget the on-off switch. Very vital part of this. And, okay, yeah, no, that's a fair point. About the 3D-ness. I'd actually forgotten that about RP64, but... Like I said, a lot of the N64 era is kind of a blank to me, so... My memory of it may be very unreliable. So thank you for the correction. And let's go up. Let's not forget the on-off switch, as we've been saying all along. Nope, hang on. Yeah, sometimes the positioning there can be a little bit weird in terms of popping you immediately back up. Whip the shell just to reset its timing a little bit. And let's do a drop. Okay, so we need to figure out this deflection here, because I've been consistently deflecting a Koopa to the right instead of the left, and I think that's just a timing mistake on my part. Nope. Needed to get back out with the boomerang. And this is going to be an issue anyway, because it didn't actually successfully get in the car, which... Oh, no. I think I need to drop the shell and get out. Or is it going to push the car? That's interesting. Okay, so maybe that's not as straightforward as I thought it was going to be. I thought I was supposed to drop it into the car. But it actually can push the car from the right side, which means that... if it can push the car, then we may need to rethink that idea completely. I mean, I can't get on top of the spike block at that point anyway. So I think I do need to kick the Koopa out of the shell in that moment there, but... I didn't really expect that the Koopa would not land in the car because I hadn't noticed a cloud block there. So we have to rethink some of that. There may still be quite a lot to this yet. Okay, let's go over here. Why did that happen? Hang on. Yeah, I occasionally accidentally fire and then the Koopa dies, and I don't actually see how the Koopa dies. I think it's probably... Yeah, like that's happened a few times already. I think there's something strange with its the boomerang interaction, where if you fire the boomerang during the wake-up, something goes terribly wrong. And thank you, Funk, for the subscription. And you're very welcome. Glad you enjoy the entertainment. So yeah, I don't know how often you encountered that glitch when putting this together, that the Koopa would just die during wake-up when I'm firing the boomerang in a completely different part of the level. We've had that happen a few times, and I just wasn't watching the Koopa closely enough to understand what was going on. You've never seen it before from anyone playing it, yeah. I have some bad habits sometimes when it comes to when I repress the dash button. So that surely has to be part of it. Okay, let's let the Pokey through safely. Yeah, I don't think there's much you can do on your side to control that as the designer. Okay. Stand here. Here we go. Get through the door. Nope. I mean, I don't see any other way to do this other than kicking the Koopa out, but... like, there's no other interaction that's really possible for me here. Because I can't take damage, I do have to keep the boomerang in order to hit the on-off switch afterwards. Oh. Unless I pick up the shell and use the shell to hit the on-off. Maybe. Because that would allow me to take damage and not keep the boomerang. Because the shell allows me to hit the on-off switch. Okay. So in that case... I want to keep the shell because the Koopa chases the shell position. And that's how I get the Koopa to push the car. Nope, wrong way. But if I can do that, and lead the Koopa back, then the idea is that the P-switch activates, the P-switch blocks the Pokey, and then you come back out. Well, the P-switch blocks both Pokeys. And so you can go back through the door with Shell, but the idea is that if I spawn the Koopa, it lands on the right side of the car, I think, and I can use this shell to move the Koopa any which way I want. I wonder why you didn't put a wall at the spikes. You mean on the right side? Oh, probably just to create tension. Although I have seen some off-screen trickery before in some of these puzzles, so. But the Koopa goes too far off-screen for that to be the case. I think we do need to deflect the Koopa left, but I take damage and I pick up the shell. I think that's the adjustment I need to make. So I shouldn't be locked into thinking that I must keep the boomerang. Would be a fun glitch to understand for troll levels, yeah. For sure. Because watch this, it's gonna wake up. No, we can't do it. Well, we did twice earlier, that's good enough for me to see that that's what happened. Okay, let's move on up once it's safe. Anti-cheese. Yeah, because you could wall jump off the wall on the right side, couldn't you? You don't have a lot of headroom there, but you could do it. Maybe. I would definitely check that, though, if I were testing this and the wall were still present. Might be become a bit clearer when I find a solution, yeah. Maybe. I just didn't notice the cloud block on top of the car, and so like, that's the main thing that's making this less straightforward than I imagined. I think leading the Koopa with the shell has to be a part of it, though. Oh, you know what? We don't even need to get the Koopa down here. We can just kick the Koopa this way. And that's going to be a lot safer. Then we lead this way, and we lead this way. Perfect. Oh, wait. Oh, I've got a boomerang. I still got the boomerang. I just forgot that I did not take damage. So, yeah, that solves that. Checkpoint, at last. Yeah, no, I'd forgotten that if you get the Koopa out of the shell, that because it's no longer in a red shell, it would just run off platforms just fine. So, very minor adjustment to make that work. So yeah, thank you for the GG. That particular one was a long time in the making. Let's see the rest of the level at long last. Okay, I do know that the remaining puzzle segments are the ones by Bird Dog and Grikowski. I haven't seen the last one, of course, to determine whose is whose. This seems more like Bird Dog style, though, partly just from the simplicity of the elements to interact with. I have a limit of 2 boomerangs. Presumably, I might need to take damage at some point to revert out of that. And the objective here will be to get out of the pipe. In order to get out of the pipe, I need to stack 2 objects. I need to stack the crate and the POW, probably. Unless we find some way to displace a Pokey. And I doubt that will happen, given the current positioning. And no, I think we need to stack a crate and a POW, which means that I would be required to pick up a POW on the right side. And there are no resets here, that's important as well. The P-switch on the left side appears to be a precondition to hitting the on-off switch with a boomerang. Boomerangs can also hit the Pokies. Is this safe? Yes. Okay. But then if I face right, maybe that's a problem. Also, if I just fire a boomerang in this location, I think it would actually deflect and hit the POW, which is not what I want. I need to find some way to hit this Pokey without hitting the POW. And I think that's part of the issue we're going to run into there. Now, why the on-off switch is over there? Because it obstructs the crate. There appears to be a cloud underneath the Pokey on this side, so I can re-enter the pipe once I'm done. Okay, that's good. So you can re-enter. P-switch is only going to give me a limited time to hit the on-off switch both ways. So the idea is that if I hit the P-switch, I need to hit the on-off switch. I need to go through here, pick up the crate, get the crate out, hop back through here, and fire once again before the P-switch expires. Otherwise, I won't have this set of platforms. And Supernova, congratulations on your gold all-time Maker Points medal. I don't know what the threshold for that is, but it seemed like you were well on your way to hitting that, given the performance of many of your levels this year. And, yeah, that's the thing about Bird Dog puzzles, is that they get so much mileage out of relatively simple interactions. I think I have to use the crate. Like, I throw the crate through, maybe. Except it would deflect off the Pokey, wouldn't it? But the crate would actually obstruct things in a way... Like, it would fall between the 2 pipes, I think. And then you can have a boomerang deflection that is safe. And then you kill the Pokey that way, and then you can retrieve the crate afterwards. There's also a cloud under this Pokey, so I'm able to go through, so... Let's move this, by the way. Oh, you could also potentially use the P-switch as an obstruction somehow. Or even as something to stand on. I had not thought about the fact that I could reclaim the P-switch. Or the fact that I have a boomerang that allows me to take damage, which is really important because it means that I'm able to, for instance, do this and grab a new boomerang and then hit everything. Okay. Let's do this. Oh, wait. Oh, the crate placement was wrong. That was almost a solution, though. I think that actually was it. Except for grabbing the POW, because I need to be small in order to grab the POW. Okay, this is the other thing I didn't consider. I need to take damage to grab the POW. I think that might be okay. We'll just need to rethink it. And Mang, I think that's actually higher than my Versus rating, but I've hardly ever played Versus, so mostly because the connection was too poor the last time I tried it. I've heard it gets better at higher levels as people are more serious about the game, but there's just a lot about this game that I don't really take the time to do. Okay, so once again, if you are small, you can do the POW. Also, what if we do a drop of the P? Okay, that's what happens. Let's reset that then. The thing is, if I'm allowed to be small, why don't I leave the top Pokey alive? Because I probably want to get out. I don't need the boomerang, or rather I don't need to be in the boomerang state in order to get out at the very end. So I can take damage from this Pokemon right here. Except I would need to kill it in order to retrieve the POW in the first place. Okay, so... But I've access to 2 boomerangs. We'll definitely need to kill this one, I think, then. Hang on. Your Maker Point payout decreases per upload. Yeah, it is ratio dependent. Like, it's not just additive per level. That I do understand. I know they're sort of deliberately opaque about it to try to deter people from gaming the system, which didn't, of course, stop the 20-second speedrun makers from gaming the system very early on. And even they were having some trouble, you know, people like Bra or whatever, and like they were having some trouble really pushing the medals on a consistent basis. Just because of the natural decay or whatever that is built into the system. Okay, we need to think about this POW. I thought the P method I saw earlier was promising, but we just hadn't considered that I'm not able to pick up the POW unless I'm small. And so we need to think about how I can become small and yet get things out safely. You know what? We can probably move the boomerangs. I actually really like the idea of moving the boomerangs. I feel like that's partly what this is for, apart from just giving the boomerangs a location to be in. I wonder if you can actually get the boomerang on top of an object then, without activating the object, obviously. Maybe with a good crate placement. Whoops. Hang on. Okay, let's mess around with a crate and a boomerang a bit while we're on this attempt, even though it's not going to be the successful one. It is going to bounce right off. Look at that collision there. That's unusual. And what if we pop it like this? On the side like that, it's going to collide. So, is there some way I can get that on top of a crate? Probably not from this position. But if I had, for example, while the boomerangs were in this middle position here, placed a crate on the right side, you might be able to raise it. The idea being that you want to be able to reclaim the boomerang, perhaps in the middle position, in the bottom row, such that you can take damage all you like, and still have a boomerang available to claim on the other side. On the other hand, actually, if we're thinking about this priority over here, perhaps we don't actually need the P-switch to be in this location after all, because I wonder if we can do this without the crate yet at this point. So you need to be small, and you need to survive afterwards, which means that you have to take damage from the Pokey, become small, fish out the POW, and still manage to kill the Pokey afterwards. Either that, or you take damage from the top Pokey. Because then that allows you to kill the bottom one first. Okay, yeah, so as we can see, there's a boomerang in this location. Boomerangs can be raised. I don't know how that's useful just yet, as I don't seem to have a way to get it to move anywhere else. I think first step is always going to have to be to pick up a boomerang, though. There's nothing else that's really valid as a first step. Now, second step is that you can prevent a boomerang from killing this guy by either putting an obstruction in between the pipes or getting POW out of there first. Which doesn't seem likely, unless you find some way to actually move the Pokey through the pipe somehow by eliminating its base and its base only. Which I don't really see as being the case either. Let's move the P. So P-switch gives you access to the one on the right. Also, yeah, we know that throwing the P in this location just bounces above the Pokey and doesn't go through the pipe. Throwing the P in like this, though, does deflect like that. It's not actually useful. But we need to just play around with some of this stuff. Yeah, that's unlikely to be a series of steps I need, but if we take damage, we can then use the crate rather than the P as the blocking piece for this guy over here. Also, we can figure out how to move this boomerang, perhaps. Like this. Can I get it on top of the crate? Probably not. What I'm seeing here. Now I actually can't pick up the crate again unless I raise it, so let's see, because if I can actually find a way to displace a boomerang like into the middle location here, then I'm potentially in business. We absolutely can't hit the POW like that, though. So there does need to be some kind of obstruction if I'm firing on this end. Either that or I pick up a boomerang and I fire on this end like this. Yeah, because firing in this direction also kills the POW. The other thing that can be done, though, is that if the P-switch is all the way over here, it is still going to work as a... it's actually going to block the pipe completely, I think. Like, if the P-switch is located here, I think you actually deflect out instead of pressing the switch. It just bounces you back because it counts as an obstruction. Yeah, Luca and Lentus doing quite a bit of fishing here in the chat. So yeah, we know how to raise this. Doesn't seem too useful beyond that. So we know P-switch has to be activated before the crate is accessible. Whoops, didn't mean to do that. Oh, might as well just roll with it. And... oh, didn't want to do that, for sure. I wonder if there's a way to get back. Or if there's anything else I can use the P-switch for up to that point. But fundamentally, this is still the problem that we're dealing with, is how do we get here while small and still have enough time left over to get back out safely? Because you definitely need to take damage somehow. If you take damage from a top pokey, then you're able to get through just fine. I think I have to take damage from top pokey first. Like, there's no other way to do it. But I also can only kill... oh, no, we're fine. We're fine, actually. I think I've got it. Do I? Yeah, because you need the P-switch in the middle here. So let's leave the top pokey alive. Nope, that's a mistake again. I think I understand it. Or at least I think I understand what the next step should be. Maybe. Yeah, look at the displacement of these two boomerangs as they drop together in the same location. That's kind of a neat effect as well. Okay. Fire safely when I try to hit the button. So suppose we leave the top pokey alive so I can take damage from it. I would need to kill the bottom one. In order to kill the bottom one, though, I need to take damage there as well. So that can't be it. Because in order to do this, I would need to place the P-switch or another object in the middle section. Now, because the idea is that I want to have the boomerang suit going into this pokey. That's okay, I think. Except you still need to be small going out of this one. Like, you need to be small. This pokey needs to be dead, and you need to be small. And so our opportunities to actually kill it are very limited. Mostly because the pokey needs to be dead. If I'm to take damage from the top one instead. Yeah, because what I was thinking was that I take damage from a top pokey while this guy's already dead, and then you go through the pipe and you do everything while small, and you come back. And if you finish the puzzle while small, that's fine, as long as you're able to grab the POW. So you can lose the second boomerang at that point, as long as you've finished everything else the boomerang requires. But then we have an issue with how to kill the top pokey, so... yeah, because if you take damage on one Pokey, you do need to still kill it afterwards using the other boomerang. So there's going to be a certain priority here that is important. I need to stop accidentally hitting the switch every time I try to repress the dash button. Okay, let's try to get this out safely. So 2 Pokeys, 2 boomerangs. You do need to kill both Pokeys at some point. I should really chart this somehow. That's one of the perils of streaming, is that you can't necessarily just stop and graph this out. Because there is a particular chain of dependencies here. I think I am right in thinking that I do have to be small to grab the POW, though. The crate works as the middle blocking piece. The P also works as the middle blocking piece. But the P needs to be consumed in order to grab the crate, so there's no point in doing that, really. So the idea would be that I take damage, I drop the P, I come out and take damage again, then kill the bottom Pokey. No, rather, after picking up the boomerang, kill the bottom Pokey with the new boomerang. So I'm wearing the boomerang suit, I kill the second Pokey, I have no more boomerangs remaining. And then that's a problem because, no, it's fine, actually. It's fine, yeah. I think I know what to do. I need to be small once I... No, because, like I was saying earlier, I still don't have a way to kill the top Pokey once I'm done with it. Because if you take damage, and you become small, you pick up the POW, you need to grab the other boomerang, and all Pokeys need to be dead after that. So you can't consume the second boomerang before you've already grabbed the POW. Yeah, so grabbing the POW has to happen before you grab the second boomerang. Unless we find some kind of alternate kill method to get rid of the Pokeys. Which I don't see. We can't use the POW to kill anything, obviously. Because if we do, I would need the P-switch below the crate in order to create the proper stack on the top right, and we know we can't do that because at some point we do in fact need to operate the on-off switch to do anything. So we have a couple of constraints here. POW comes before boomerang. P-switch comes before crate. POW comes before boomerang 2, I should say. The first interaction should be boomerang 1, though, because there's nothing else to do. Wouldn't a boomerang hit the POW, kill both of the guys? Yes, it would, but you need the POW to stand on in order to get through the top right. So at the top right, you can stack... I think on the top right, you have to stack the POW and the crate in that location. You can't stack the P and the crate and use the POW because you need to activate the P in order to grab the crate in the first place, unless there's some way to create like a 3-object stack over here, which is always possible, actually. No, it's not possible because you still need to go through here first or send something through here in order to hit the on-off switch up top. I think the P must be consumed. And if the P is consumed, you must have the POW stay alive. The whole purpose of this segment down here is that you need to figure out some way to keep the POW alive when you do go to retrieve it. There might be some kind of object push or object collision thing that I am unaware of that might give us a bit of insight here. I still think that this looks awfully suspicious, the fact that you can raise a boomerang on top of this slot here and potentially push it even further. And yes, Electrodude, that's how puzzles work in this game. The P must always be consumed. Just don't report it to Nintendo. It could be worse. You could be doing a puzzle with Link in a clown car where you're just dropping some bombs all day. I think Boomerang has to come first. There's nothing I can do with the P-switch other than that. But I wonder if there's something I'm missing in terms of the intermediate state where I need to think about what I can accomplish as Super Mario. Like, if I take 1 point of damage, is there still something I can do as Super Mario that I can't do otherwise? Okay, we know POW pickup has to happen before using the second boomerang. Which means at that point, this Poké must already be dead. Which means that maybe we need a different way to get rid of this Poké that does not involve taking damage first. Like some way to do an object push. Or, oh, you know what? We can just do a throw. I was doing a soft drop earlier and that's, okay, you know what? That solves all the problems. That literally solves everything, actually. Okay, that's wonderful. Okay, we go through here. No, I need the boomerang. And that's why we raised the boomerang up one slot, so I can grab it immediately without coming down here. Yep, we got it. Okay, the whole time I was thinking that I needed to take damage to get the P through the pipe because of the collision with the top of the Poké, and that's because I was dropping it, when I should have just been throwing it the whole time. So that was maybe a little blind on my part. I was probably also doing it as Small Mario. Yeah, that's doable there too. We're going to raise this. It has a bit of a speed optimization, which we will need. Do this. Do this. Do this. And then I take 2 points of... no, I don't. No, I don't. Wait. Send us things through. Okay, no, same problem. Actually, no, because, like I said, the POW has to come before the second boomerang. But the fact that I managed to keep the boomerang suit while doing the P-switch thing is actually really important. But yeah, the fact that there's a time limit on the second boomerang is actually sort of an issue. I think what I have to do is I have to fire this boomerang and grab the crate and get out before the second switch hits, maybe. Like you do a deflection like this. I don't think I can make it. Okay, we need to rethink that slightly. I thought I was making a breakthrough there, but It must be something similar to that. I feel like it's really important that you can actually raise the second boomerang, and that the second boomerang makes the timing work perfectly. I think there's probably just one step we're missing here. I think this is definitely going to be part of it. Nope, not like that. So yeah, we want to be 2 tiles high for that, using the boomerang to get the P in the position. But then I need to rethink it after that. Yeah, because I know that as soon as I kill the Pokey, the P is going to be active and I need to do everything else. So the question is, can I do the second on-off interaction with the same boomerang rather than retrieving the second one? I actually don't know if I can. The Pokies are shaking their head and saying no. If I kill the top one first... Well, the top one needs to be dead at the end. Yeah, I need to think about this. The bottom one must be cleared first, I think. Because we have to be able to get back out of here while small. And there's no other way to do that. Whoops. Not like that, obviously. Hang on. So the idea is to figure out when or where to do the second hit on the on-off switch now. That's the critical part that we're missing. I mean, the other thing that can happen is that you can have an object through here, perhaps. There's no point in doing that. Yeah, because this is always going to obstruct. P-switch needs to be active. The fact that you can do this and that it's time sensitive, though, tells me that grabbing it might be correct, but in that case, I don't know where to fit in the part where we retrieve the POW. That's the bit that's unclear to me. Because supposing we do this, let's just work out the timing here. And yeah, you can't actually get through, so timing there will not be right. Unless you do some kind of boomerang deflection that prolongs this until a second deflection, for instance. Like, for example, what happens if you go through here? Nope. Well, the fact that we can throw the P over the second Pokey, though, tells me that I can also throw a crate over and use the crate as a blocking piece. We should reconsider whether the crate is usable as a blocking piece. Rather than the P. Because I think the crate should have the same collision. We can, in fact, test that. That's still going to create the problem of how to retrieve the second boomerang, though. Unless there's some way that I can just escort the boomerang over the whole way through. Like with a crate throw or something. Yeah, because right now, what can the next step be? The next step has to involve placing the P-switch somehow. I believe using the P-switch as the blocking piece is probably correct. What we can do is we can place here, and we can consider the idea of using the crate as the blocking piece, but I don't see how that's an improvement at all on what we're doing with the current P-switch activation. Because you definitely need the boomerang available when the P-switch is activated. You can't activate a P-switch after you've shed a boomerang already, because that prevents you from hitting the on-off switch. I wonder if... Whoops, that's not what I meant. Like, if you do this... Okay, it's gonna go down. Okay. That's got some potential. Yes. Yes. That's how you do it. Maybe. Hang on. We would need to jump and then do this. Do you actually have time to do it? I really like that deflection pattern. I feel like that could be something. That's, in fact, sort of perfectly placed to make this happen. Like, this whole slot to jump through and everything, that's perfectly placed. I feel like that's going to be part of the solution for sure. Because then you get rid of the pokey at the same time that you tap the second on-off switch. If we can figure out how to order that, then we might be in really good shape. But how is that any different from taking a boomerang, hitting the on-off switch, and then just hitting the pokey on the right side slowly? That's not really different at all. So, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I don't see how that makes any difference, in fact. Because why would you do that and hit pokey followed by hitting on-off when you can just do it slowly? Hit the on-off first and then hit the pokey. And what purpose would there be for doing that? Unless you do it for the first interaction. If you do it for the first interaction, though, that just kills the pokey. Maybe that saves time. Maybe it does save time. Or maybe there's a way that you can get the boomerang to deflect out of the left side and come back and hit the pokey. So instead of doing it this way... no, it can't, because if it spits out here, it's not going to go back up. Let's try something fancy, just to... Whoops. Like, why would you want to do that when you can't take damage? Also, let's not get locked on the right side. Okay, no. We can't. Let's try different boomerang deflection patterns, maybe. Come back over here. You grab this. Nope. Jump. Lead. Like that. Before the P-switch expires. That doesn't solve the problem of how to get through here while small, though. So yeah, very fancy interaction, but I don't see how that's at all beneficial. I'm not sure what that does for me. Yeah, boomerang should be first. This guy looks like he has to remain alive. And then you need the boomerang. Whoops. Always these accidental activations. You need the boomerang in order to shut off the on-off switch afterwards. Unless there's a way you can do is double deflection on the on-off switch with a single boomerang, which is something I should in fact look into. Like whether perhaps I need to do a throw to the left side and then take damage. But then, how do I take damage twice? Like if you do something like this, you can get to Super Mario. But you can't get to Small Mario, and I need to be Small Mario in order to get the POW. If I can actually become small by prolonging the boomerang somehow. Let's try a couple of different interactions here. Because suppose we do this. I was going to crash against the P-switch. Let me try something. If it hits the on-off switch, it does break instantly. Okay, that's what I thought. But if you bounce back like this, you can take 1 point of damage. Problem is, we do need to take 2 points of damage while killing that Pokey. And this kills instantly. Okay. Well then. Here's another question. Is there a way to kill a Pokey without using a boomerang? I don't think there is. I'm trying to think about like ways that we could take advantage of crate collision, perhaps. So for example, let's say you throw a P through and then you throw a crate through. I don't think it would be obstructed by him enough. It would, well, and you can't do that anyway because you need to use the P to grab the crate. Something about damage boosting with a boomerang flowers. Well, I was thinking that earlier. That's something I tried much earlier. And it didn't seem to be the solution. Because suppose I bust through. Yeah, we need to rethink that. Anyway, that's going to be a mistake because I need to... Whoops. Yeah, we're not really thinking about other 3D world mechanics that have potential as well, like the long jump, for instance, but I don't see how that's going to be relevant. Okay. We know how to get the P on the right side. I feel like that's eventually going to have to be a part of the process. So we need to rethink all the constraints here. And just figure out which step we're missing. Let's drop the P here. kill the Pokey, you tap the on-off switch, you take damage. Yeah, if I can figure out how to do like a long pattern with the boomerang, that would allow me to fire the boomerang, take enough damage to be Small Mario, and then have the boomerang hit the Pokey after that. That would be ideal. I don't see how the current placement permits that. Maybe I need to do something with just object placement. Like using objects to crush it somehow. Oh, whoops, nope. That was a mistake. I'm just trying to repeat the steps that we think we know about so far. Just to see if that's going to be a dead end. Yeah, you hit the P. Nothing's going to deflect down this column. Yeah, probably can't raise this any further, as far as I know. Would be fancy if so, but don't think that's going to go anywhere, given that it only goes straight up. If there were a way to escort the Boomerang Flower further, that would be excellent, but we know that we can take damage immediately to retrieve the crates. But then I would be Super Mario at that point, both Pokies would be dead. So is there a way for me to take additional damage from that point? No, I don't think so. The idea then... I need to just replay this series of interactions before I jump to any additional conclusions. So, this is what I'd been thinking so far, and so far it's incomplete. Yeah, because you would need the second hit on the on-off switch that way. And I need to be small at this point. Whoops, no, I don't want to do that. I wonder if using a combination of the crate and the POW somehow allows me to get a crush interaction on that while I'm small. But I don't think so. But if I can actually crush the Pokey somehow, that would be interesting. Let's actually try to retrieve the POW for once, because I haven't successfully reached the POW. That's one of the issues here. And not having successfully reached the POW, I haven't been able to play with what it can actually do for me in terms of object placements and the like. Oh, totally forgot to raise the second boomerang. But that's okay, let's just experiment a little bit. This allows me to fetch the POW, so we can actually play with it and see what to do. If I throw the POW this way, it bumps. If I throw the crate this way, it just blocks. Okay. So that won't be it. However, wait. Okay, no. We know that objects can actually stack on top of the Boomerang Flower, though. So I don't need the boomerang the second time in order to hit the on-off switch. Because you can, in fact, do object stacking on top of the Boomerang Flower, which I keep thinking that you can't do that because of the fact that power-ups don't work that way in the other styles. Watch this. If, for example, you stack Nope, not like that. But let's try it with a crate, just to show off what I'm saying here. Okay, it bounces off. I was thinking that if you manage to deflect a boomerang flower over to this side, then you could have objects that bounce against a wall, and you would be able to stand on a stack of 3 that allows you to access the on-off switch while the P-switch has been activated. Let's try it. Let's try it. Because so far I've been assuming that you need the second on-off interaction to also use the boomerang, and maybe that's a faulty assumption that we've been adhering to for far too long. The problem is how to actually move the boomerangs that way. Yeah. Suppose we put the P over here. That's now moved too far over. Not enough space now to deflect that to the left, but I should think about moving the boomerang somehow. Such that we can eventually get like a 3 stack on this side. Yeah, just like that, right? So the idea is that you would place something like a crate in that position, followed by the POW. Like if you manage to get the boomerang to sit on this spot here, for instance, then you stack 2 objects on top of it and you go. It's not going to work like that, but if we manage to figure out how to move that boomerang, then we may be in a very good place. That solves a lot of problems, in fact. If we just manage to create a bridge of some sort. Probably using object pushes. Because if you do like object pushes from the left, you might be able to push the boomerang into the appropriate location, then have 2 objects bounce along this suspicious looking 2-tile wall here, which is very conveniently placed. Let's do the interactions we know about first. And let's not worry about the seeming time requirement once we grab the crate off the pokey. Because we take damage, and then I want to push the boomerang. Crate drop I feel like is not going to give me the right position here. That's fine, let's grab the POW, let's rethink it. Okay, that's pushing it the wrong way. And yeah, Monster 1873, if I can figure out how to move the boomerang further left, we create a 2-stack, and we're good. But now we bumped it too close to the wall, and that's not going to happen. However, suppose I try to do a crate throw. Wonder if that kind of collision will do the trick. So for example, I put a POW kind of sideways over here. Try to get on top of the POW 1 tile. Whoops, no. There we go, look at that. Except now I can't retrieve the crate. Unless... Whoops. No. Okay, that's a bit of a problem. I can't retrieve the crate. The solution isn't moving the boomerang. Interesting. Well, if you're not moving the boomerang... I mean, I can't use the P switch as the bottom block, though, because... the issue with that... is that the P switch has been used by the time I get over to the crate. Like, maybe there's some kind of edge case interaction here that I should know about. You know what? If I... Okay, no. I was out of boomerangs. I mean, I can't do anything in the off state, for sure. You think the solution isn't moving the boomerangs? Yeah, because the right side boomerang is pretty far. And have a P switch over here. You can't really retrieve anything yet, though, at this point. Oh, whoops. Mistake as usual. I mean, maybe I should think about options that just use the POW. But I somehow doubt that's the case. I think the solution isn't moving the boomerang. It's very promising, though. I mean, it looks great. Okay, maybe it doesn't look that great. Hit the P switch. I mean, if I leave the bottom pokey alive... I wonder if there is a way to crush it, but... I do increasingly like the idea. Wow, what a fantastic jump arc over there. With that long jump. What a strange long jump, just going immediately under a wall like that and getting dunked. Yes, Zankoff, the car room, we got that. We did manage to get that, and we did figure out, in fact, what all the arrows were about as well. Yeah, it took some time, but we did get it. And the adjustments that I had to make at the end went pretty smoothly. This one has arguably taken me even longer. I need to rethink the boomerang deflection pattern. Like, the current question is, am I able to hit the on-off switch without the second boomerang? Or am I able to get rid of the pokey without the second boomerang? And yeah, no worries about that, Zankoth. I do tend to keep as many long-term VODs as highlights as I can when it comes to Mario Maker content, just for preservation. So it should be fairly easy to access. Whoops, that's an accident. Let's not do that. And yeah, it's kind of nice that Twitch is at least generous about storage when it comes to those things. It doesn't impose any particular limits on a highlighting feature if I just want to save something. And yeah, I should do something about highlighting individual courses as well and pushing stuff to YouTube at some point, but there's just so much material to go through at this point that I'll have to figure out when I can do that kind of edit. Okay, so far this is what we have if you're just coming back. Whoops, that's not what we have. Never mind. Let's redo this. Yeah, if I don't finish this one today, at least it's easy to go back to afterwards. Because I have a reliable method for everything so far. So far in this puzzle we have this. Whoops. No we don't. Hang on. Let's get rid of some of the execution errors. I'm throwing the P-switch to the right of the bottom pokey in order to obstruct the POW, so the boomerang doesn't hit the POW. And yeah, Zankov, that's the idea. I just haven't gotten around to doing the later edit. Especially because I playtest enough early builds of things that sometimes I'm doing early versions that do get deleted. Not this level though, this level's been around for quite a long time, with very few clears. Like I said earlier, for anybody who came in late, I will just punch into maker code. Or not the maker code, the level code for those interested. But yeah, so far I'm doing this. I'm hitting the P-switch with the boomerang. It kills the bottom pokey, and then allows me to get the on-off switch up top. That also then allows me to grab the crate. What I don't know how to fit in is the on-off reset, or how I'm going to grab the POW, because I do need to be small to grab the POW, and that's the main issue in this puzzle, is how do I become small at the right time? I feel like the timing window is not correct yet. Now we can take a point of damage here, but no, we need to take a point of damage off the top pokey. Like, there's no way I could take damage off the bottom pokey, because... And for the damage boost suggestion earlier, I don't think that's fast enough. I don't think you can get the POW and get back up quickly enough within the frames that are available to you. I feel like that's not going to be it. We can try it, but I think I tried it earlier and the timing didn't come even close. So I'm doing this, retrieving the crate, coming back, and I do have enough time to grab the second boomerang and hit the on-off switch a second time. The issue is, afterwards, how do I kill the pokey and become small to grab the POW? So for example, let's say I become small. I can grab the POW. But then the step I'm missing is the on-off switch. Because if I'm hitting the on-off switch before the P-switch timer has ended, I don't have enough time to grab the POW while small. So there might be something else I'm missing here. The idea that I had earlier was to try to move the boomerang. Using object pushing. So you could do a boomerang POW crate stack on the left side and then go through the left side and hit the on-off switch. If I can figure out how to do that, that'd be great. But currently I suspect that the boomerang is just too far to the right to actually move safely. Yeah, because I'll show you the other order I was considering. Just so we have identified the problem here. So, problem is, let's say I hit that, go through here, take damage. Even if I do become small, we hit that, and then I have a problem, which is how do I become small and kill the Pokey? I can kill the Pokey with a boomerang deflection that goes right and then left. But then I can't become small. So that's the ordering issue that we have here. That we don't know how to pick this guy up. Yeah, this is of course Bird Dog's segment, and Bird Dog has this way of giving you very few possible mechanical options in a puzzle where, you know, the elements you can work with are very sparse, but at the same time it's really difficult to find what the correct interaction should be. I don't know if there's any other kind of adjustment I can make. I mean, one thing that we do know about is the fact that we can do this, whoops, and do a single deflection like that, but there's no point in doing that I can see. There's no particular reason why I want to do that. I don't see how that gives me any advantage over other methods that are available to me that are not as time intensive. One thing that we can do is we can block the pipe on the left side. If it hits the P though... No, that's not a block. Never mind. I was thinking that if we managed to block the pipe on the left side, then you would get a long deflection. Boomerang comes out here, but then it runs into some problems because it's not actually going to get past this row and hit this Pokey. Yeah, this might be a bit of a long-term effort. If we can't get it soon, I might switch over to the third puzzle. Just so we've seen it and just surveyed it in advance, and then this one might take a little bit longer. I still think that the P obstruction here is correct. Like, I really do think that this has to be the first move. I also think that moving the boomerang is probably important. Maybe if I move the boomerang before I consume the P, I can use the P to adjust its position a little bit more by throwing the P, because the P is safe to throw. Actually, let's try that. Yeah, let's try something a little different before we activate the P. and just try to do some extra boomerang movement. Being very careful, of course, not to hit the P-switch. Nope. I'm being very careful, as I said, not to hit the P-switch. Yeah, the boomerang is not in a very good position to be manipulated. It's actually quite safe from a lot of movement that I would otherwise be able to do. So, for example, let's say we do this. Let's say we throw the P. Oh, hey, look at that. That's promising. Except now I need to fire the boomerang in such a way that I can grab the P-switch afterwards. Okay, no, that's really promising. I like that a lot. Because now we have a way to push the boomerang to the center. So I think we are spending the P-switch too early, and that was where some of the tunnel vision was coming from. I think we can do it this way. Now we fire this so I have the dash button pushed. Oops. Okay, that's an issue. But if I get this to the center, once I grab the crate, I think I'm able to push it with the crate, maybe. Except it seems to be bouncing on top, and so maybe I do need to bounce it an additional spot. We'll do a bit of manipulation here until we find a reliable method, but I am increasingly liking the idea of moving the boomerang to the left. Someone here earlier, Monster 1873, was saying earlier the solution is not moving the boomerang. No, I disagree with that. I think it is moving the boomerang. I think that's by far the most promising lead that we have so far. No, let's fire first. Nope, we need to fire on the bottom row so I can pick up safely. I think we can do it this way. I think this actually looks really, really close to being right. Like, it's just too convenient to be able to do that. Fire and advance. You grab this. Nope. Once again... Yeah, picking up the P-switch again when you're holding the boomerang suit is really quite fuzzy, but... I think I pick up the P-switch, and then I loop around and bump the boomerang some more. Okay, like that. It looks too good not to try. And then let's say we bump it some more. Hang on. Not like that. But if we can figure out how to do a push that goes just a little bit further, we might be in good shape. No, let's stop hitting the P-switch. Yeah, the thing about playing Mario is that whenever you're trying to grab an object, or whenever you're trying to dash everywhere, repressing the dash button is such a habit that it runs into real trouble with the way that the boomerang suit and the hammer suit are implemented. And actually, I find that I accidentally burn things with a fire flower very often as well, so that's just inherently a risk of so many things in Mario doubling up on the action button. What if I just move this slightly? No. It doesn't bounce me far enough. Let's redo it. That center bounce is just so promising, though. It's just much too good not to try. In fact, I wonder if the same P interaction twice will work similarly well. Nope, that will not. And that will also create problems. But you can do it with the crate afterwards, though. You don't need to do it with the P right now. You can do it with the crate. And then if you do it with a crate, you have far fewer issues with hitting the P-switch inadvertently. It's just that I want to make sure I understand some of the placement here first, because the hitboxes might be slightly different. Yeah, because let's say we do this. Let's say we just bump like this. Nope. Nope. That's okay, we can just bump again like that. A little bit fuzzy. Fuzzy enough that it might not be right. But at this point, if we can get enough of a two-object stack... no, you actually do want the boomerang to be right up against the side. If you can. But the fact that I can now jump down like this might be good. Because let's just try it now. No, oh, wow, okay. Didn't expect the second hit would go down there and hit the POW. Okay, we need to redo this. Yeah, I thought it was safe from the POW hit, but clearly not. Yeah, the only way to be safe from the POW hit is to make sure I retrieve the boomerang so it doesn't do the second spin. Very important that it doesn't do the second spin. Okay, we do this. Come in, we take 2 points damage. And then we use the crate to push. There we go. Beautiful. Beautiful. Perfect. Not perfect. It's okay. We have a little bit more room to work with as long as we don't send a boomerang down completely. Nope. Yeah, no, I just needed to nudge it over slightly. And then we have the stack that allows me to hit. And then we grab the boomerang and then we kill the pokey. I think I have it. I think I have it. It's a bit of an execution challenge to get this to work. But I really think this is the right approach. We just need to be extra careful. Yeah, because the crate is a little bit different in terms of the hitbox from the P-switch, and the crate pushes the boomerang very reliably, whereas the P-switch is a bit fussier. Take damage. Take damage. Let's not mess this up. Right along the edge. Can I afford to... Nope. That's too far. But yeah, 2 nice big pushes should actually do it. I can see why not a lot of people have cleared this. Not only the fact that it's bundled up with the other puzzles as well. Like, I think even by the standards of Bird Dog Puzzle, this is one of the more difficult ones. There's one that I was never able to solve, the one with the flying POW. That probably also came down to some really weird collision logic. Although that one was in Super Mario World style, so a bit of a different series of problems. Retrieve the boomerang, hit this. Take damage. Take damage, this will not be time sensitive. Push as far as we can. Now, will this sit on top? Yes. Perfect. Just needed a soft drop router in this row. Perfect. Now let's not accidentally activate the POW. And now let's make sure I can retrieve this. Everything drops. Kill the Pokey. And then I come down here to grab everything on the way up. So we've had the method for quite a long time now. It's just that the execution took a bit of work in terms of piecing things together. So this room took me about an hour and a half, I think. But we got it. Let's not grab the safety coin just yet. Okay, puzzle number 3. This is why this level needs a separate stream by itself. Anyway. Thank you for that, Luca. Not quite GG yet, but I guess it's a partial victory. This, I believe, is Grakowski's room. We'll see how devious it's going to be. It looks like the pipe is going to be the exit. Blue pipe, therefore, is some kind of spawner, and we'll need to figure out what it spawns. Also, nice of this one to have a reset door, which might potentially be useful if we can carry an object through it. I don't know if we'll be able to, though, given placement of the POW. Yeah, it looks like we can have lots of boomerang shenanigans going on here. Also, we don't know if these are reset doors that are paired. Well, it looks like a reset door. This should be paired to the other door, then. And yeah, blue pipes both spawn POWs, which is important because it means that we have access to 2 POWs. If we have access to 2 POWs, that means we can carry them forward at any given time. Oh, we need to grab a crate. The reason we need to grab the crate is that we are then able to do this. We come back through here, we grab the POW. And then I take the POW with me, because then the next time we activate the on-off switch, we have access to the other POW. We have access to 2 POWs and a crate. And when we do that, we're able to stack all 3 objects to the left side. Yeah, I think that's how that's going to work. Because we need a 3-object stack to do everything. Issue is, I need to get back to the left side after I do all of that. So I do need an object to stand on here that I have some kind of chance to recover. And when so for example, I would want something like a POW here that I can destroy. And then recover from one of the other pipes. And then I would stand on that as my object. So for example, you know you're able to do this. And that would give you the other POW. The issue is that you need something to stand on here to go back. Because there's no other way to go back. Every puzzle in this level deserves a GG. Every puzzle in this level is fantastic so far. They really outdid themselves with this one. Well, we know how to get one object across. And we know how to take one of them through a reset door we know where the crate spawns. The crate spawns on top of the right side there. So this POW is currently assigned to the right side. I feel like... Okay, let's check the boomerang deflection if we go through here. That's too long. What about here? What about if we go down? Well, we would need an object here in order to check that. And the way we would do that is by changing the on-off state. Yeah, I just want to check some of the boomerang patterns. Nope. Not like that. So for example, what if I did this and pulled down? Nope, nothing happens. However, if I retrieve this POW and take it with me, and then I toggle the on-off state, maybe that's useful. So for example, let's say I take this POW with me. I then hit this. Whoops, didn't mean to deflect it. Then I'll be able to take two objects through here. Now I would have access to 2 POWs in a crate. Yeah, we are going to time out. Let's think about this from the end. We know that at this point, the on states will be able to do something. I wonder if, for example, yeah, we're going to time out here, but, and Mate, welcome. We need a 3-object stack to go through. I don't think there's anything else we could do other than getting both POWs and a crate down here safely. We probably need to use the reset doors to do that. Because we would need to have, for example, this POW. So, for example, you can always... Thank you for the follow. Have an object to stand on here, for instance. And then fire through here, and then go through this pipe. And then release it. Because that's important, because let's say we use the bottom POW as my block here. I can hit that POW from below and blow it up. If you hit it from below and blow it up, then you get to respawn that on the right side. So that's going to be one of the steps for sure. Let's demonstrate what I'm talking about. Matt, this is more than just a puzzle level. It is a collaboration between 5 makers. The first segment is a platforming segment. It's followed by 3 puzzles, and I believe the 3 puzzles afterwards are followed by a boss battle, although I haven't seen that yet. I do have the code if you're interested. Yeah, it's published by Grokowski, but it was originally a collaboration with him and... I don't remember the name of the person who made the intro segment. Call Me Peng, I think it was. Yeah, Call Me Peng. So Grokowski, Funked, and Bird Dog made the 3 puzzles, and I believe Glitch 9700 made the finale. And Glitch was the one who showed me this level. Although a couple of the makers involved are regular visitors to this stream. Anyway, the thing I wanted to demonstrate was that here's how we're going to do the final POW activation in order to escort an object over. So, for example, let's say we do this. We don't actually need to reset, we can go through the pipe if we're doing that. And yeah, we can go through here. We can grab this. And then we can trade the two objects, I think. Like this. So we're going to trade POWs. And so the idea is that... Whoops. Once again, making the same mistake with the boomerang. Let's redo this quickly. Yeah, might as well just take this through. So the idea is that you can trade a lot of different objects with each other and move them between different places. And I think object trading is going to be really important throughout this whole puzzle, because I will want to find ways to blow things up remotely and recover them afterwards. Oh, look at that. That's an interesting deflection right there. I'm mostly just trying to avoid hitting the POW, though, when I'm trying to pick it up. Right, no, the thing I was wanting to do here was just do a quick trade. Okay. Gotta be very careful about executing this sometimes. And so you would do something like this, where you would be able to punch the on-off switch to retrieve a new POW on a bottom level, and then you could trade objects once again. We're very careful about this. For example, just by dumping the boomerang in the middle of nowhere just to get it out of the way. And you'd be able to do something like this. You hit the POW, you respawn a POW. Now by respawning a POW, you then have two objects in your stack. So the question is, can we do something similar to retrieve the POW off the top left? Because now we need to think about a similar interaction that will allow me to reclaim that POW after some kind of switch activation destroys it. I think I know how to do it, in fact. Because you would probably need to stand two objects on top of each other. In fact, you're able to take this one all the way through. Well, let me demonstrate that, in fact. Not like that. But it's going to be something similar to that. Let's try to preserve some objects here, so we don't need to redo everything. So for example, you go through here, now holding the bottom POW. However, the on-off switch, once activated... Well, it can only really be remotely activated once. Because otherwise you run into this problem. But, if I understand this correctly, if you throw an object here, it's going to land right on top of the on-off switches. However, it is going to obstruct a boomerang that goes through, so that's not actually going to be helpful. But yeah, you can destroy objects as much as you like. Using that spot as well is just not very helpful. The fact that the crate obstructs that, though, might be useful. Because it means that you can deflect an object if you throw it. But in the end, we are going to need to get all three objects over. And it's going to take a couple of different swaps, I think. Nope, hang on. Once again, at least this level, or this part of the level, is fairly gentle about accidentally hitting the POWs. They don't destroy anything. They're fairly easy to recover. Yeah, the idea here is that I want to be able to get the crate over to the left side, and then I want to be able to recover this POW. And one way I could do it is by taking the bottommost POW with me. Although, whoops, that's not what I want to do. Or is it what I want to do? Maybe it is. No, it is not. I want to rethink this. I'll likely hit timeout this time as well, but that's okay, that's expected. And yeah, let's do the whole chain over here. Grab this POW, go up. So suppose I put this POW in this location. The idea is that I need some way to remotely destroy the red POW from the left side. Or rather, I need to destroy... Yeah, no, I know how to destroy whichever object I'm standing on here, which I think has to be the POW I'm holding right now, the bottom pipe POW, when all is said and done. But I need to figure out how to destroy whatever object is placed here. And that's the issue. Although the reset doors could also be helpful. Because if I reset through this location with 2 POWs... Actually, no, I think I know how to do this. So, for example, if you use a POW to get over to the left side, then you carry a crate through the reset door. You carry a crate through the reset door, then you have access to both POWs after that. Let's time out, and let's redo it. I think I know how to approach it. And Mate, if this one is melting your brain, you should have seen the other two. Because... yeah, those were tricky. Those were very, very tricky. Okay, let's go down here. Grab the crate. I think I know how to do this. The idea is that you want to go through the reset door with the crate. But I need to figure out what on-off state I want. I think I still want the off state. So you trade objects like this. Try to do it safely if I can. Without popping anything. You don't have Mario Maker 2 yet, so you're very late to it. Yeah, there are a lot of mechanics, puzzle-wise, that are new to this game, particularly with a lot of the scroll locking, like the camera lock. That's a huge impact on the game. I think I've got it. You now have access to both of these objects. Then you toggle the switch to have access to the bottom POW. And then you pop the bottom POW with a swap. This is actually pretty straightforward, this one. So the idea here is that I take this up. And then we need to do some juggling. Very, very carefully, without blowing anything up. Which is a little bit difficult here because there isn't much room to work with. Okay, can I soft drop this here? Yeah, that'd be great. That's ideal. And sure, let's just throw this one through. It's probably easiest if we do it that way. Pop this guy. Okay, that's not going to destroy anything. That's good. Come down here. Now we hit this guy. And then we have 3 for stacking. As long as we don't destroy anything. Actually, pretty straightforward compared to the other 2. The insight was to take the crate through the reset door, because it's very easy to just blank on reset doors like they're just being used for resets. You're a big fan of puzzle levels and Kaizo. Yeah, I mean, this one, it doesn't have Kaizo, but it's got some fairly intense platforming at the very start. Because this was a level that was dedicated to Street Rat, who is a player who is good at both styles. One of the very few streamers, I think, who actually is very good at showing off both hard platforming and hard puzzles. There are a few streamers like that, but not very many who specialize in both styles. Okay, so we have the checkpoint. We can go through the key door and hit the checkpoint from the bottom. Or not from the bottom, we'll go through the warp block, of course. And that's it for the puzzle segments. Now here's a Boom Boom boss. Okay, this boss is actually very similar to a concept I've seen from Glitch before in a different level, so I think I know how to approach it. You need to prevent the spike balls from hitting the P-switches. To do that, you have to make sure the spike ball gets deflected, and that it doesn't do that. Like, you make sure the spike balls get destroyed, and I think you have to make sure they hit the on-off switch on the left. I have to take my time to read this properly, of course. Yeah. Okay, good. Because then we get another spike ball, we deflect it to the left. Nope, missed. Oh no, you need to deflect it into the on-off switch that's in the top corner. In order to do that, you need to fire the boomerang multiple times to juggle it. I think I understand. Yeah, it needs to be in a much higher position to do that, though. It needs to hit the on-off switch in the top corner, and then you send the next spike ball through the right side. Actually, no, you don't need to hit the on-off switch like that. Never mind. You hit it manually. But you can't hit it manually until the spike ball is sort of in the wild. So what you do is you go through here, and that's how you do it. Oh, whoops, need to watch the reset, of course. And you just do that 3 times, and Boom Boom dies in a corner. And that's going to be the story of this level. Yeah, you pop this, you wait for the reset, and you do it again. Actually pretty simple. As far as glitch-style fights go, whoops, pretty straightforward. Oh, Boom Boom's not dead, okay. Thought I'd hit him 3 times, but maybe he was not doing that. Also, how did the P-switch get hit? Oh, because there's a timer on this fight, okay. Yeah, because the beat blocks on the left side impose a timer. You can't take too many attempts, or you just run out of time. So you can't really fail the deflection more than once, I think. We only failed it twice last time, and it was already too much. Oh, I see. So you can't hit Boom Boom while he's in his shell form either. That is something that really affects the timing quite a bit. So yeah, this is going to be a death, because we won't beat the timer. The timer is just enforced by the blaster dropping in on the left column. You can, in fact, just hit the on-off switch with a boomerang. I don't see why I'm running towards it. It's much easier to hit it with a boomerang. Much, much easier to hit it with a boomerang. I'm doing it the hard way. I was doing it successfully, but still the hard way. There we go. Much better. Much more reliable. Yeah, that hit is not going to count because Boom Boom is still going to be in shell form. It's sort of unfortunate when that happens. We just need to hit him a third time. And, oh, no. That was a miss. And it was another case where Boom Boom was in a shell form, so you actually do need to send a spike ball through every time just to get the respawns fast enough. You basically need to do 5 hits, even though Boom Boom only takes 3. Because his shell form is going to be timed in such a way that you'll have 2 extra hits hit him when he's not taking damage. Of course, some of the timing can get thrown off a bit if you miss. So that's going to be hit number 2. And then we need one more before the blaster comes down. Okay, there we go. Just in time. Then, I'm going to hit all that. This is going to be a boomerang check at the very end. Very much a glitch-style power-up check to do. Okay, here are the credits. We do need to roll through this, I think. Can I go up the pipe? I don't think I can. Oh, yes, I can. No, I don't want a GG. I wanted to... Oh, no, these are the credits. Okay. And I got squished anyway, so we need to redo the fight. I was not supposed to jump on top of that donut block, it seems. That's fine. Yeah, I guess maybe the door just takes you to the end right away. Let's redo this. And the pipe takes you to the credits, which will be marked accordingly. So... I think I did correctly identify who did each segment, though. They are fairly recognizable in terms of puzzle design styles, in particular. Okay, this is cutting it a little bit close. And one more. Okay, before the blaster comes down, we'll go through. Let's do the credits and let's not die to the donut block this time. GG. So Peng had the platforming segment. I love how the credits actually do show you the elements. Each segment, Funked has the car puzzle, Bird Dog has the Pokey puzzle that gave me tons of trouble, Glitch has the boss fight, and Grakowski made the 3 object stacking puzzle at the very end. Here's a heart, and here's a key. And this was built for Street Rat, hence the skip squeaks everywhere. We'll see what the key does at the very end. Probably just gives me the top of the flagpole, maybe. So this is going to max out the timer, guaranteed. You're going to see the 99 minutes timer here. I'm pretty sure. But that's okay. I'm amazed that Street Rat actually did manage to put in an attempt to get this in under 500 seconds, if that was in fact done in one segment. Mice? You mean nice? Yeah. Lots of mice there too. Well, that was an adventure. I'm clear number 6. And yeah, only 5 people cleared it. I assume that Street Rat cleared it twice, once for the solution and once to try to squeeze it under the 500 second limit for that current record, which I'm not going to try to beat, just given the fussiness of some of the interactions. But yeah, Bird Dog and Funked were involved in making this. Acorn is a puzzle streamer who tends to do early morning NA time. Majestic Acorn. I should shout out some of these people, by the way. So Grakowski, who hosted this puzzle, does streams a lot of puzzle making, was also involved in 5 and 6 YMM. Street Rats, I believe, has the underscore after, yeah, is the streamer that this was made for, and Majestic Acorn is the only one who solved this. And so, yeah, no real clears yet outside of this tight-knit group here, but that was a fantastic adventure. I absolutely loved that level. Very satisfying to see the credits at the end, too. Done so stylishly. Yeah, going into this, I thought that Funk's puzzle would be the real sticking point, but luckily we had that breakthrough today, and Bird Dog's puzzle was the one that just gave me tons of trouble in terms of visualizing what to do with the boomerang movement at the end, but I'm glad that my instincts were right about doing that boomerang item stacking at the very end. That's just really counterintuitive because it's so specific to the collision rules in the 3D World style specifically. Okay, so we're not just stuck doing one level for the entirety of the stream. I'll try to do at least one more that was on the backlog pile. And we'll switch to something that's a bit more platformy. So I do not have a clear on this one because it was actually re-uploaded since I last played it. But I got the new code, and so we'll just do a fresh clear on this one. It'll be a totally different change of pace. And this is likely all I have time for today. I don't know if I'll be able to fit in a third level after this. But this is a thicker milkshake by Josh Bones, which was submitted to me about 2 weeks ago, I think. We got through most of it. It's a big mushroom platforming level, and I wanted to go back and finish it. 1.15% should be fairly reasonable. Also part of Team Jam. So let's see if we still remember how to play platforming after staring at the puzzles for so long. Yeah, hit the bomb, hit this guy, hit the bomb to the right, and then you need to land on top of the shell in order to continue there, so. We'll see if we can make it happen. Do need to jump, no, need to hit the bomb to the left side, of course. But yeah, the stump works basically the same way as a P-jump. You do need to hit the jump button as you go off of it with the big mushroom, so you don't land directly on top of the muncher. Because otherwise the big mushroom does cut directly through the stump. Big mushroom is used rarely enough that it is, I think, a bit of a niche interaction. We need to hang a bit left to land dead center on that coin, I think, to get over the muncher stack. I don't remember how far I made it. I think I was roughly past the halfway point on this one, but I didn't spend a great deal of time on it. Yeah. And yeah, you do need to drop to do the second bounce on top of the shell in the clown car. It is a direct drop. Just taking a moment to reread some of this stuff and just get back into the pace of doing platforming in general. And yeah, so you drop on top of that shell and then it projects forward. It's going to get bounced over to that coin that you see on the right side over those spikes. And Sninjar, welcome. Yeah, Sninjar, you came in just after we did an epic mega puzzle, or rather a collaboration that had 3 puzzles out of 5 segments in it. No, I don't want to rebounce on that. I want to bounce on top of the Koopa. Koopa should probably not matter in terms of how I hit it. I should probably hit it dead center. Whoops, wrong way. Okay, up we go. And then we need to get the stump jump, of course. Sninjar, I have the previous code for you. That was Boomerang Bonanza, which was a 5-maker collaboration that was built for Street Rat. It has very few clears on it. I will also punch in the code for the current level for those who are interested. The current level is called a Thicker Milkshake. It's a Team Jamp level. Let me just find where I put the code for those interested. Okay, here we go. Okay, bounce down on top, stump jump here, and then I just need to hang right a little further to get over that Hunter stack. Sinjar, I actually did have the code for a technical desert puzzle written down for today. I don't know if I will have time for it depending on how long I take on this one. I was hoping to do it actually. If you'd just come like a minute earlier, I would have put that one up first. Although I did need a break to do some platforming after the mega puzzle. If I finish this one quickly, I'll do it. But I am not able to run the stream super long today, so... But yeah, no, I had the code written down for a technical desert puzzle so I could return to it, for sure. Okay, missing the stump jump once again. And so yeah, once I get on top of the Koopas on the right side, I'm going to bump the block that's underneath that shell where the coin is marked. This level is above 1%, it should not really take me too long, but... the clear rates might have a bit of inflation to it depending on whether it's mostly just been Team Jamp people playing it. Okay, you do need to knock the shell to the right so you can bounce on top of the shell a second time. Yeah, this was the problem I ran into last time. I do remember getting to this part. That was about as far as I'd gotten, I think. Yeah, depending on the people who have played this version so far, I don't know if the clear rate might be a little bit inflated. Also, I am a little bit below average at following instructions and markers, and so in terms of reading things like the coin positions, we'll see how quickly I can get that cleaned up. Yeah, once again, I want to go straight up off the second Koopa so I can bounce the shell appropriately. That's an adjustment I'm still not making correctly. And yes, Ninjar is for technical desert puzzle. I know that last time I got stuck with what to do with that Monty Mole, if I recall it correctly. I have not gone back to figure that out, so it's possible I wouldn't progress much further today anyway. Once again, need to hang left on that shell. Yeah, but I'll see if I can squeeze that in. If this level goes a bit better than it has been now. I like the use of those clown car traps to catch the shells like that. Definitely an unusual use of a clown car, maybe more common in some of the Jamp levels in terms of giving you an additional platform that you create along the way. And Taylor Obey, welcome. And yes, Ninjar, I did watch the Nintendo Direct. Very excited about what's to come next year. I actually did think that we would finally see Bayonetta 3 this time around. It seemed like it was finally the time, although that was quite a series of fake-outs within fake-outs for that trailer for people who do follow the output of Platinum Games. And because from the outset it actually looked fairly similar to Project GG, which is the next Kamiya superhero game that also involved giant kaiju battles. But yeah, 3D Kirby looks fantastic. We're very likely to stream that if I'm still able to stream very actively when it comes out. And lots more besides. I'd actually been putting off Disco Elysium until the Switch port. I'd had a lot of opportunities to grab it on PC, but I thought I'd wait to see how well the Switch port goes, because it's a little bit more convenient for me to play that way, even for something that is a more PC-centric style of RPG. You wish we got an actual trailer, for the Illumination film, yeah. Seems like it's nowhere near ready. I mean, it's not very often that you would see very much footage for an animated feature this far in advance. Even when you do see it from studios like Pixar, for instance, it's usually just a character teaser to introduce you to the designs for the first time. And I would assume that for the Mario film that most of the characters are going to be pretty on model in terms of looking familiar, at least more familiar than the characters did in the 1993 live-action film. So just given the rendering pipeline for actually finishing scenes in 3D animation, I'm not surprised that they have nothing to show yet. Or that they're keeping their cards close. Character designer, my job here is done, yeah, pretty much. This character, this is a Foreman Spike character, though, that's sort of in the minor cast. I sort of wonder how that's going to turn out, like, how much that's going to be inspired by actual Super Mario Spike, or as opposed to the Spike character who was in the 1993 film. Like, that's one of the question marks when it comes to character design, I'm sure. Not sure how I feel about the idea of a Nintendo film where the characters are really talkative. I feel like in general, one of the problems I have with a lot of the major animated features that are released nowadays is, and this has kind of been a problem since the 90s, in fact, even when celebrity voice casting was getting underway with things like Robin Williams showing up in Aladdin, and with all respect to that performance, which was fantastic, I think that... Okay, that's too low. Yeah, we need to jump instantly there. Yeah, I think that, in general, a lot of animated features are far too chatty for something that is such a visually oriented medium. And I think there's no question, just given the people involved, that the Mario film is going to be in a similar state that, you know, it is built for a market of, okay, no, we just need to jump twice there. Like, we hit the block and we smash it and we go. Like, we just need to jump multiple times. I don't think you can actually miss the block. I think you do have to jump multiple times. No, no time to do that, actually. No, we need to jump around. We hit the block and we jump around and over. And then we do short bounces over it as we break it. It'd be pretty funny if the dialogue for Mario and Luigi just turned out to be VAs recording the nonsense lines, yeah. From the Mario and Luigi games, yeah. I have fury. But yeah, as I remember with the Mario and Luigi RPG series, that there was a whole lot of pantomime with the characters just trying to move around and demonstrate things. That's something that goes back to the original Square Super Mario RPG in the 1990s, actually. That's when they really leaned hard into the idea that A, Mario is famous for jumping, and B, Mario doesn't talk very much. Short bounce off the first jump block. We didn't want to do a high bounce off it. Short bounce should actually get me over with sufficient momentum. Okay, we're making new headway here. We're in a part of the level I have not seen before, so... Straight up. Not that straight. With Chris Pratt, Mario will talk a lot, yeah. Yeah, I think we can expect it to be a very chatty film. It's okay, it could be worse. It could be a really chatty Legend of Zelda, which I think would be even more discordant. No, we needed to hit the shell. We need to hit the shell probably with the first bounce. Yeah, the shell that's on the bridge on top. And yeah, Taylor obeys. Such gems as those. I'm not going to try to read that myself, but I think we get the idea. Whoops. Yeah, the voice actor for Toad, one half, of course, of Key and Peele, if I'm not mistaken. Jordan Peele's longtime collaborator. I last heard him do voice work. I last heard the two of them do voice work together, in fact, as those plushies that are in Toy Story 4. Whoops, missed a block. Yeah, you know, as far back as the early 2000s, like sort of in the early GameCube era, I remember when certain people who were doing a lot of games coverage at the time for sites like IGN and so forth were really insistent that, you know, Nintendo is just behind the times because they're not embracing cinematics with full voice acting and all that stuff. And I mean, first of all, the one time they tried it with the full voice acting in Super Mario Sunshine, it did not really go that well. And secondly, yeah, even back then, I always was against this idea that you need to have tons of voice work to be a modern video game. Obviously, a lot of video games do benefit from that substantially. There are some games that get so much out of the voice work, you certainly couldn't imagine them without it. But I really like how much pantomime and how much more abstract storytelling and narrative delivery still goes on in Nintendo's own titles. I think I far prefer that. Okay, that's what happens. You dunk both Goombas out, and then it's going to be short bounce off the first Goomba so I can reach the second one in time. And yes, Ninjar Bowser is in Wreck-It Ralph. I actually did attend the UK premiere of Wreck-It Ralph back when I was living there with the director in attendance. And he was saying that they desperately wanted to get Mario into film, but didn't manage to get... it wasn't a rights issue, it's more that they couldn't get the right kind of scene for it, because if they were putting Mario into film, they really wanted to get a scene that would be worth the trouble of arranging for the rights and everything, but obviously, you know, Nintendo was cooperative enough to give them Bowser. But they just couldn't make a Mario gag work for it, apparently. And that was the main limitation. But I remember the director talking about how that was one of his main regrets with Wreck-It Ralph in terms of not being able to get a Mario gag done. And really kind of make it complete as a video game equivalent of a Who Framed Roger Rabbit experience. I mean, you know, the central concept of Wreck-It Ralph is just so heavily inspired, of course, by arcade Donkey Kong. More than anything else. Whoops. I don't want to do that. We do want to tap it on the left side. Yeah, because Bowser is part of that Villains Alcoholics Anonymous group in the beginning of the film, if I remember correctly. And yeah, Taylor Obey, in terms of making a full film with Link as mute, I think that's completely feasible. I think mainly it's more that a lot of modern audiences, especially younger audiences, are not as conditioned to that. Like the last time we really saw sort of mainstream blockbuster feature animation do that was WALL-E, and even WALL-E gets pretty talkative later on in the film, but yeah, people often forget, I think, in a lot of the original Disney animated classics, how little dialogue there really is. And how much is done in pantomime, like they're sort of this natural extension of the original Silly Symphony shorts. Oh, whoops. One of the last major animated programs to really get that and understand how much you can do with animation, you know, just in a very pure form without much dialogue, was Samurai Jack, which I've always admired a great deal. I mean, obviously, outside of sort of major commercial cartoon animation, you see tons of silent animation all over the place, especially on the festival circuit. Most animated short films, I think, are actually very low in dialogue. Partly because they tend to be made for an international market. And Pennydale, welcome. Okay, whoops. But yeah, to the extent that the Mario film is going to be really talkative, we'll just hope that it's actually funny and not too insufferable. I've been meaning to revisit the 1993 Super Mario Brothers, actually. I feel like for something that's a sort of famous Hollywood disaster, that it has some chance of being more artistically interesting than people remember. How many checkpoints is in this level? I have no idea. I have not seen one yet. It might be none. It doesn't seem particularly long, though. I remember... Yeah, I think I'm at about the halfway point, because I did look at the more info screen the last time I played it, since I didn't have time to finish it. Which is the purpose of this stream. Just finishing things that I abandoned a little bit too early last time I played. Partly because the last time I ran viewer levels I was really short on time due to some external commitments. For those who are new here, I will be running a viewer queue tomorrow and the day after, hopefully, assuming no emergencies or sudden disturbances. But yeah, that's my usual time for viewer levels, is same time tomorrow and the day after. And I do this kind of overflow catch-up every now and then, not always. Sometimes I do more dedicated puzzle streams, and I'm like, okay, maybe it isn't a short bounce after all, unless I land a little more centrally off the first Goomba. If I don't manage to do that, that may not be the best tactic. But yeah, going to be an extremely busy year for Nintendo coming up, assuming they can Keep to everything currently on the schedule. Wow, okay, stump jump on top of that. I just barely missed it. Because you're Big Mario, you don't need to worry so much about missing the parachute stump, which is usually the issue with jumping off objects on parachutes. But the timing, in terms of getting the stump jump, is going to be pretty critical, so... Yeah, Stinjar, it's kind of surprising that there's no Donkey Kong in sight, given that it is Donkey Kong's 40th anniversary. There were some rumors a few months back, I think, about the 3D Mario team working on something new for Donkey Kong. Not necessarily 3D, but something for Donkey Kong that is not part of the Country series. As much as I love Donkey Kong Country, especially Tropical Freeze, it has been some time since we saw classic Donkey Kong. Pennydale, I was actually very happy with it direct. I mean, I guess it depends on what people's priorities are in terms of what games they like and are interested in. No, I was very happy with it. I mean, we already know about a good chunk of late 2022, presumably late, from the June presentation anyway, so, like, it looks like a very full schedule for Nintendo. Okay, so we need to bounce on top of that shell. The boos seem to indicate to me that I'm going to lose the big mushroom here. I wasn't clear on that. I've been keeping the big mushrooms for so long, I didn't expect that I might have to lose it. Unless the timing has to work out perfectly to go between the boos. And yeah, that's a fair point in terms of wanting new announcements, but I think the problem is that, unusually so for Nintendo, they've had a lot of things announced way in advance. Partly, of course, that was due to pandemic delays and things like Bayonetta and Metroid Prime, etc. being missing for a while. Okay, yeah, we do need to go down in this location. Kick the shell, get on top over here, and then we're near the end, maybe. And Stinjar, no, I don't think you can stay that long on top of the level. Don't think it's cheesable that way. I am trying to pay attention to stuff like that as well. But yeah, sometimes, to the extent that Nintendo didn't seem to have a lot of totally unknown stuff, I'm kind of fine with that, given how many long-standing dangling announcements they actually need to fulfill. Like, I mean, I don't need constant promises of future content to be interested in a console. I like that I can plan in the near term instead. Whoops, bounced a shell the wrong way. This boost segment is really curious. I actually don't know if damage is avoidable there. I doubt that it is. It just doesn't look like I can drop into center safely, but then I see the brick afterwards that has the trampoline on top of it, and I wonder, how do I engage with that if I don't keep the big mushroom? Like, there's nothing here telling me that I should be or shouldn't be taking damage. What do I think about a new Mario Party instead of a DLC? I don't know, because I don't really keep up with Mario Party that closely, to be honest. I know that people were kind of disappointed with the lack of post-launch support for Super Mario Party. Which is kind of interesting, given that it seems like people's expectations for post-launch support and DLC have really changed quite a lot in terms of the last generation or two, where I think it used to be a much more common sentiment that people just want something to feel more feature complete at launch anyway. Whereas now, if things don't get a lot of frequent updates, people kind of have the sense that the community is dead. You can sort of see this with some of the more pessimistic people in Mario Maker as well, given how we've gone a year and a half now without content updates and are not really expecting any more. Which is very unfortunate considering how active this community still is. But yeah, Pennydale, I think Mario Party is one of those series that has always kind of abided by its own business model in terms of having lots and lots of releases. So I don't really know what a fair expectation is for the amount of content it should be launching with. But again, I'm not really somebody who keeps up with Mario Party closely, so I think a lot of it is going to ride on how good the new online infrastructure for the new game is. You have to read between the lines sometimes when Nintendo talks about online, because sometimes you don't know until launch like how much stuff is just restricted to friends or how much actually is going to be available for open matchmaking. Like, you just can't tell sometimes unless they really say so explicitly. Like when they say, like, all the boards and minigames will be supported online, well, there's still a lot they're not telling you. And with online features for Nintendo, it's sometimes wiser to be a pessimist. Okay, missed that jump here. Ninja, a few days ago you found a puzzle that has... that's a speedrun and has Kaizo aspects. Interesting. I feel like I might have seen something matching the description. I find that maybe a level like that would have a pretty specific audience in terms of who can handle it. Especially given that a lot of the puzzle levels that people find most rewarding are the ones where you don't have to worry about execution very much and can just mostly focus on the item logic. Because it's more that, you know, even if you enjoy both problems, the platforming problem and the puzzling problem, sometimes I think a lot of players really do want to focus on one at a time, and they don't want to be too distracted by execution mistakes while they're just trying to test something. Okay, let's not miss the stump. Jump this time. Whoops, missed a Koopa. And yeah, Pennydale, I do recall that it was called the final major update. Even though we never got the heavy stone that was in the standard mode in this, or the story mode rather, in this game. But yeah, I'm at least very happy with the content that we did get in the final patch. Felt like they really outdid themselves with things like the SMB2 mushroom. Like I often say on the stream, that's one of the things that I found most unfortunate about support ending so soon for this game was that it was really getting better and better in terms of the quality of the content we were getting from patch to patch. Like, there are some elements that launched with Maker 2 that I think were arguably pretty rough at launch in terms of the implementation feeling like it could be a lot better, with some of the power-ups in particular. But then, once we started getting the Master Sword and getting the SMB2 mushroom, as well as a lot of really interactive pieces, like the introduction of some basic fire and ice physics and interactions, as well as the spike balls, which is absolutely amazing. Like, this game was just in a much better state all around. Yeah, basically, like, I've thought that the elements that they added in the later patches were just of a higher quality implementation-wise than the ones that Super Mario Maker 2 introduced on day one. Yeah, you have to remember that in Maker 1, things were being discovered all the way up till the release of Maker 2, even with that tool set. And I think it's going to be the same here. There are new technical discoveries that are being made all the time. Some things that are really crazy leading-edge ideas. But the main problem is that when some of the most dedicated makers in the game get a bit adventurous with playing with tech, Nintendo is far too aggressive about deletions off the server for things that are considered glitches that are not really transparently documented as glitches. And unfortunately, that's something that I think is already discouraging some of the most dedicated makers in the game and will continue to do so. And that's really the only hindrance. Like, if Nintendo were not so aggressive about deletions, I think the current tool set is enough to keep this game healthy for years. Yes, Ninja, I don't think I've seen that Uno Mas in particular. Oh, maybe I have, actually. That sounds familiar. I actually do mean to do a series of retro streams in Mario Maker 1 at some point. I've actually never streamed Maker 1 before, but I have a couple of levels there that I want to go back and look at. And so we'll probably do that later on this year after 6YMM is done, and after Metroid is done specifically, because Metroid is going to be a big priority for me in October. But the current idea is that I will be doing some Maker 1 content. I don't know if people are still interested in that stuff, but I think there's a lot that we can revisit there in terms of level design and in terms of things that are not really possible anymore in Maker 2. It would be good to have fresh eyes on that after a few years with the Maker's 2 toolset. I still don't know if dropping, like doing the double drop is correct. I feel like it's not. But then how do you get the second coin and the shell to deflect then, if not that? Yeah, the thing, Stindra, is that, you know, when people come to a Mario Maker stream as makers, I know that all of you who are makers have an active Nintendo Switch Online subscription. And if you tell me that you haven't played such and such Nintendo Classic Series, it is right there and you already have access to it for free. But yeah, Super Metroid is an all-time classic. I've actually been replaying a little bit of Metroid on this side. I played Zero Mission earlier this week. I'm hoping to have time to sneak in Metroid Fusion before I play Metroid Dread. Because it's been long enough since I last played Fusion that I don't actually remember it that well. And of course, that's the direct precursor story-wise, so... Not that Metroid is particularly plotty, but sometimes you see the return of certain spatial elements or bosses or ideas about itemization. It's kind of nice to track the evolution of the series design. Yeah, I'm having quite a lot of fun with this level currently. I feel like I don't understand the boost segment just yet, but I haven't had a good look at it. But the jumps feel great. Like, you don't see a lot of big mushroom platforming levels that are this dynamic. So I'm quite happy with it, which is why I'm spending time trying to clear it. Okay, let's look at this while we have time. If I stomp on a block, the shell just drops. Or does it? If I stomp on a block... I feel like the boos are telling me I cannot go down below that line. But then if I stomp on a block, does this shell drop immediately? If it does, then... Do I need to just get 2 short bounces? No, I don't like that. Like, this doesn't seem right. If I kill the block, the shell should go down and hit, right? And it should give me the final coin for the key. The coin to the right looks like a shell trap, which indicates to me that the shell does need to be projected to the right. And that the arrow here is telling me that I need to hit the shell this way. So I think I do need to take damage. And then I hit the shell from the left to right, as I was thinking before. Because you need to make contact like that to have things activate. You bounce on the shell, and then... Yeah, that's a weird location. Yeah, because the shell just drops the way that every shell has dropped so far in this level. So I think I do need to deflect it afterwards, but... Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Break the block, take damage, hit the shell. That's what I've been trying. I've just been hitting the shell the wrong way. But I wasn't totally clear on that, because I hadn't read it very carefully. Just every time I went there, I died very quickly. Anyway. I missed a shell. Okay. Yeah, I kind of swept down low beside the shell. I'm assuming that's a short bounce like all of the other ones with the big mushroom breaking the blocks. Kind of has to be. But then I would need to fix the way I'm falling towards the shell, I think, in order to hit it accurately. Okay. One thing I'm learning quickly about this level is that a lot of things are tuned to be either doable as min bounce or max bounce. And that's something I should actually keep in mind. So yeah, I am expected to be 2 tiles high as Super Mario there, because that would get me above the line of the invisible blocks that are there to trap Small Mario. So I should be able to land on top of that shell as Super Mario as long as I don't touch the ground level. So yeah, Snindroj, so you don't walk away too disappointed. At this point, I probably will not have time to do your puzzle afterwards, but let's acknowledge the raid first from Paparazzi. And I hope I spelled that correctly. Yeah, Paparazzi, welcome. Hope you've been having some good times with Maker 2. And good to see you bring your crew over here. This is literally the second level I played during this stream, because the first one took me 3 hours. It was a multi-part level that was mostly puzzles, but not entirely. And I expected that it would be something that would take up most of one stream, so... Yeah, Snindra, like I said, I run these catch-up sessions every now and then, and you are welcome to resubmit that one as well, so... I was hoping to get through a little more today, but obviously starting with the mega level took up most of the time I had, so I will hopefully be able to stay long enough to at least beat this one here. Nope, you do need to continuously bounce. Yeah. And because you are Big Mario at that point, you can drop the spring on the right side. And that should be quite close to the end, as far as I understand it. Oops. You had a level contest today, and only one person submitted a level. Well, which Mang level did you play, then, out of interest? I can think of a number of Mang levels that might, like, make people cry. Hopefully crying in joy as they beat it at the end. Okay, here we go. Yeah, let me know which ones you got through and whether you managed to clear at least most of them. I've realized in retrospect I've actually played a lot of Mang levels over the last few months because Mang submits so regularly here. I didn't realize how many until I started scrolling down the list. Oh, Starbridge, yeah, Starbridge. Had a ton of fun with that one, actually. Yeah, I know which one you're talking about. I don't always remember them by the titles, but by the central mechanics instead, but I think I know which one that is, having been sent that recently myself. Okay, so we need to bounce off the shell, kick it to the right. No, we need to bounce off the block, and then once I bounce off the jump block, I will have invincibility frames that will take me through the booze, and so the main thing is that it's a little bit visually noisy when I pass through the booze, and so I'm having trouble seeing my own position. But if I do see my own position accurately there, I should be in good shape. Okay, just short there. Yeah, because I was landing a little off-center on the note block. I was going a bit to the left because I was kicking the shell, but I think I do need to land dead center on a note block, or at least have forward momentum going into it. Because I'm landing a little bit short of the shell, even with a maximum bounce there. Okay, here we go. Nope. Accidentally bounced there. And paparazzi, there's no harm in coming to the stream late. I mean, if you're around for long enough, and moreover, if I'm around long enough, eventually it will seem like you got it on the ground floor. Well, things were relatively small and manageable, and the chat was easy for me to follow and interact with. But yeah, I run at difficult times for people, so it's not surprising that some people would take a while to catch on to the kind of content that I do here. Because it's kind of a maximally inconvenient time for a lot of makers. And it's very nice that I've been able to get as much of an audience as I've been able to build here. With a lot of great makers coming in regularly. But yeah, it tends to be very late in North America and very early in Europe, and so unfortunately there's almost no other time that I can stream. I've been trying to move my stream earlier and finding options to do that. Last year I was able to run things sort of in the afternoon in NA and the evening in EU, and this year I've just not been able to do that at all. So I'm always grateful for the people who can make it. Anyway, let's hit this. Whoops. Yeah, still missing that. You usually have a PST group or people from the other side of the world, yeah. It's definitely a good mix at this hour, though. I mean, you do miss out on a lot of people, your potential audience, but the crowd that's active around now tends to be pretty nice, at least the ones that I've seen on my stream. So and yeah, Stinjar, go ahead and try it. I don't know if I need to repost the code for you. I did share it earlier. But let me know if you do want me to repost the code. And yeah, Paparazzi, exactly. Supernova, Mang, etc. Just very good crowd that tends to catch me during this time as well, when they're not sending you stuff instead. Or sometimes at the same time, in fact, so. But yeah, having met a lot of good makers has kept me interested in this game a lot longer than would otherwise have been the case. Like back in Maker 1, I was not on Twitch, and not really following things like streams until almost the end of Maker 1 in 2019. And I found that I was basically off that game for a few years because I had no idea how much stuff the community was doing with it in terms of people really pushing it to its limits. And you know, the more exposure you have to really interesting level design, I think the more alive this game feels. Like, you hear from a lot of people who do suffer burnout from this game from playing too much content that they're no longer really engaged with, and honestly, in most cases, they need to see better levels. And, as far as I know, Mang is not yet a streamer, otherwise we would have already all subscribed there for what would no doubt be some amazing emotes. And thank you for dropping by for so long, Stinjar. We'll hopefully be able to catch up with the technical desert puzzle at some point. Maybe by that point I'll have figured out what to do with that mole. And so yeah, enjoy this level if you are playing it. There we go, finally. We probably don't want to get on top of the bridge, right? Like, I want to get on the door. I don't think I can reach the bridge. Come through here, and then you have an on-off switch on top of the munchers. Why? Because you have a limited amount of time to take damage. You need to take damage, hit the on-off switch, double back while you still have invincibility frames. I think, yeah. That's okay, we're close. Basically just a little bit off on that big muncher at the end. Staying on there just a smidgen too long when I was trying to build up the dash. But I have the right idea and the right timing, almost. So yeah, the main thing all this time was just getting past the shell that was buried under the booze. And yeah, paparazzi, that's my feeling about it precisely. I think, too, to a certain extent, you know, some people don't always adapt to the fact that good makers in this game will come and go in terms of activity. And you can't just assume the game is dead just because the people who were your old favorites have decided to take a break, because new makers that you don't necessarily know about are pushing the limits of this game all the time. Too late on that one. I spent too long on the Big Muncher again. You think I loop around at the end and jump over to Big Munchers? We'll see. I don't know about you folks, I would just watch a stream where you just watch Mang draw comment art. Even if you have to watch it on some kind of phone camera with a view of the touchscreen or something in handheld mode. I would totally just watch a Mang comment art stream. You think I loop around at the end and jump over to Big Munchers? Yeah. I'll have to revisit that, Luca, to see, because I feel like the timing actually does allow me to do what I've been doing as long as I clean it up and tighten it up a bit. I think it is doable that way. Whoops. And yeah, paparazzi, no worries about running off to get some sleep. I'll be logging off fairly soon as well after I finish this level. Assuming I can get the flagpole segment down fairly soon. And yeah, see you around. Nope. Okay, there we go. Still need to clean up some of these corners. Okay. On one hand, though, Luca, I do find that Mang's sense of humor comes across best in writing. Although some streamers like a Natcat just work around that by doing text chat the whole time. I actually quite like that about Natcat's stream, because it's watchable with the sound off, which is sometimes something in short supply. No. Okay, no, I see what you mean by going around. You go back to the bottom and you try to jump over the Munchers directly. I don't know if I can make that. Maybe so. It looks like a bit of a high jump to do that, though. Like, I feel like the invincibility frames are just long enough that I can tighten up my pattern currently, but we'll try it the other way when we get back there soon. Okay, that's been feeling cleaner ever since I found a correct pattern for it. Yeah, so you're thinking I just dash over here and, yeah, maybe I can do it. Oh, it's gonna be tight, though. Not even close. Well, that's because I lost tons of momentum. No, I don't think it's going to be that way. I think you have to go over. Maybe if you conserve tons of momentum, but I don't know about that. I think I just need to hit the switch faster and spend less time landing on munchers. Nope. Oh, I got ahead of the shell, huh? And yeah, Luca, I can agree with that, I think. If you look at most Mang levels, in fact, they are tuned with doing everything really quickly and smoothly in mind, and so the maker playthroughs would themselves be a treat to watch, just to see everything nailed on the first cycle. Even just things like the clear check videos. Anyway, not that we're going to pressure Mang into anything. I think we're quite content to play a lot of levels and see the occasional artwork. There is a certain mystique to various makers who don't stream. Also, I find streaming takes away your time in the editor quite a bit. Like, I would probably spend a lot more time in the editor if I didn't stream so much. I might actually finish more levels instead of just having a massive draft box of concepts that are not really working. Yeah, in general, after Metroid Dread, I expect I might have to be streaming less for a little while. Like, hopefully still fairly regularly. Hopefully still mostly Mario Maker. But I'm expecting that by mid-October I'll be reducing the schedule a bit. But we'll see. I'm trying to find a better time, but I'm glad we have a good regular audience for this while it lasts. Oh, didn't hit the shell properly at all. Look at the shell, it's just still bouncing there indefinitely. Okay. There we go. Nope, wrong way. Yeah, that final part is just difficult to see. Like, the interaction, once you understand it, is pretty clean. It's just that the boos do obstruct your vision quite a bit. Whoops. And that's something we'll just need to adjust around. Yeah, hopefully I'll be able to finish this. If we have too many more deaths at the end, I may have to save this. I know it's very unfortunate to do so when you're warmed up and you're right at the finish, but the timing there may take a few attempts to sort out, and we'll just have to get back there a bit more consistently. Okay, I just need to hop quickly, I think. And maybe not get stuck on the bottom muncher, just jump off to the top muncher from the top row. Nope. Totally missed it. Not enough height to do it. If I need to go from the bottom, it's going to be really tight. Like, I don't think momentum makes sense, but... I didn't give it a proper try last time, though. I feel like I just lost too much speed. But it does feel like a bit of time pressure from the invincible state. Shouldn't be too hard to get back at this point, at least. Now that we're a bit more familiar with everything up there. Up to this. Yeah, let's try to maintain momentum. No. Going to the on-off switch and then just looping around in one very smooth motion without stopping and seeing if that gets me anywhere near the height that I need. Because we may have given up on that idea too quickly, given how much momentum I lost the last time I tried it. Whoops. Okay, we've got to fix this up. Okay. Almost there. And it's very clean when you do manage it. Still looks like I loop around, but jump on a big muncher and over to second. Huh. Yeah, because reversing is taking up too much time. I think we do need to remain in a damaged state. Oh, I was trying to reverse that time. I just reversed too soon. Yeah, I don't mind endings that have a bit of extra tension. I just think that this one mechanically just feels so different from the rest of the level. Like, it's not really leaning into the same concepts that you've been playing with the whole time up to that point, so... Bit of a rough ending, but I'll see if I can do it. If I can't do it, that's fine. We'll at least be well practiced. Nope, a little too far to the left. Okay. Yeah, in general, this is actually a pretty clean-looking level. I mean, the boo part took me a moment to understand, but... other than that... I like that it's not too noisy. Yeah, one very quick jump off that muncher. Off the lower one. I'm not a very naturally quick player when it comes to keeping my jumps low and turning corners accurately, so... It looks like it appeals to a very different skill set, I think, that ending, than everything up to that point. Oh. And Josh Bones, welcome. Josh Bones, I've been stuck on the flagpole screen for quite a few attempts. Learned everything else just fine. The booze near the end took me a while to sort of figure out accurately. And yeah, I saw that you'd uploaded the new version since I last played this, but I had this in mind for the overflow stream anyway, so I thought, let's take a look. I may not be able to stay much longer though, so hopefully I can get the clear, given how many times we've hit the flagpole screen already. But there's a practice pipe at the start. Oh, didn't even think about it. I did not for a moment even consider that a practice pipe would be. For the ending. Well, very convenient. Yeah, I was wondering whether it would be with the damage boost. Very grateful for this practice pipe, in fact. Whoops. I didn't even think to check for that. Yeah, I guess it just spits you out to start. Okay, no, we got the timing down once. Let's try it again. Oh, this is why you re-uploaded it, okay. Yeah, I didn't get far enough last time to see what had changed. You do still need a mushroom. Oh, I guess you only get the mushroom once. Was hoping it would come up the pipe. Well, let me try it a few times just to make sure we get it consistently. Because I can clearly make it. I can clearly make it. But... oh, no, not like that, I don't. So yeah, I guess you can only practice it once, but... well... but yeah, you can clearly make that timing. The way to do it is I need to fall off the munchers directly, and I need to pull back slightly. So I don't spend any time in the air as I get off the little munchers onto the big one. I needed to minimize my air time on that. And that was the thing I needed to clean up. Well, thank you, Practice Pipe. Glad we cleared that up. Okay, let's try this again. Yeah, and Luca was considering that, but I just didn't think, given the height, that I would be able to make it. Like, it seemed like I'd save time by... the way I was dying was close enough in terms of the invincibility running out that I thought that I had room to clean up going back and forth, the way I've been doing. Too slow. Yeah, I mean, Josh Bones, if you're going to re-upload again to make the practice pipe reloadable, do let me know. I'll feel less bad if I have to bail. That's okay, I mean, I would not have even known the practice pipe was there if you had not pointed it out, so... Okay, now let's push this again. Yeah, it is quite satisfying to do when you actually do land it accurately. Just took me a while to understand what was going on with the booze. Also, 69 coins, nice. That did not escape my notice. Too slow. This is the final version? Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I don't think it's really worth a re-upload either. I mean, it's right at the beginning, you don't really do anything but lower the clear rate if you want to practice twice. Okay, got it. Yeah, still spending too long on the first big muncher. All your jam levels give 69 coins. Yeah, you're not the only one who does that, I think. I've seen a few people do that. But it's nice to kind of have that as a bit of a personal trademark. Go immediately. Go immediately. Oh, no, I need to pull back a little bit on that muncher. That's what I'm forgetting to do. Because otherwise... So I actually am okay in terms of timing now. But spacing-wise, I'm hitting the top muncher. And the way I was doing it in the practice room earlier was I was pulling back a little bit as I was coming off the top stack. And I need to remember to do that. Yeah, it's a pretty short level when you do flow through it accurately. Casper does it too? Yeah. That might be who I'm thinking of. Maybe. I know a few people who caught on to it. Pulling back too early now. I need to pull back when I'm already in midair. Yeah, that's a tough ending. We'll see if we can get it. Nope, pulled back too much. We'll just sink into the abyss. Okay. Just need to clean up some of this stuff on our way in. And yeah, most of this stuff is feeling comparatively fluent by now, so... There we go. Let's try it again. Nope. I need to be facing left when I land on a muncher, so I don't spend too much time on a turnaround. Okay, let's do this. Well, almost fell a little bit short on the spacing there, but we salvaged that somewhat. But yeah, let's try to face left as I land. No, not like that. Let's practice it. I need to practice. You see, works well in practice. Something's just not coming together when we do it for real. Almost there, though. Okay. At least we're getting back here more often than not. No, too much time there. Too much time there. On the back corner. We have to try this again. Nope. Yeah, Yeah, we'll just try to practice it every time. Because this has to be consistent if I want any hope of beating this. Yeah, the ending does... I mean, I know you do have the blue pipes with munchers all over the place in this level. It does feel a little bit like it isn't quite part of the same level otherwise, though. But we'll try to make it work. Okay. Clearly doable. Clearly doable. I just have zero consistency with that, that's all. Up we go. Nope, bump my head. But yeah, the ending by itself has been a major roadblock here. But I'm glad that the rest of this level responds so well to practice in terms of things feeling smooth and reliable once I have them down. It's always a good sign. No. Too long on the turnaround. Nope. Yeah, I mean, I guess you are going around muncher corners for most of the level. Wrong way. Well, getting there slowly, maybe. Nope, not quite. Regressing a bit, in fact. Okay. Then we'll just make it back over here. And just roll the dice on this one once again. There we go. Yeah, it took some adjustment. It felt like it was within my power eventually. I still don't know how consistently I'd be able to do that, but we succeeded enough in practice that I felt like it was doable. Yeah, about 3 seconds off the record. But I was going to take nice, comfortable jumps in that one, not going to cut too many corners. Anyway, thank you for all the GGs, and thank you for that level, Josh Bones. Glad you could come by and see me close that out. So, really enjoyed the 2 levels that I managed to complete on the stream today, which is exactly, like I said, why we run the overflow stream. And that's pretty much all I'm able to do now. So viewer levels will be back tomorrow and the day after in the usual time slot. Assuming no emergencies get in the way, I will hopefully be able to run a stream of a more standard length this time, despite having to cut off early or earlier than usual in recent weeks. But yeah, we'll hopefully get a nice queue going again. And I'm looking forward to the levels. Thank you for joining me as always, everybody who's here. I will send you on to somebody else in just a moment. I'll just have to look around to see who is on and available. And we'll take a peek. In the meantime, though, thank you so much for joining me for this stream. Everybody who is here regularly, as well as anybody who is new. And thank you once again to the raids from Roiru and Paparazzi, if you came in with those. We'll find someone for you in just a moment, and other than that, have a good day, have a good weekend ahead, and fare thee well.